And we are live, and welcome everyone to the Sanctum Sanctorum. My name is Widow's Son, and I am your illustrious host today. And I would like to thank everyone who is starting to come in. And today we're going to do a little something different. Today, instead of having a one guest in particular, we're going to have a few, and we're still waiting on a few of them to get here. But right now, I am joined by the Devil's Own, my good friend Hatman, and also my good friend Justin. And gentlemen, welcome to the Sanctum Sanctorum once again. Always a pleasure to have you two on.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
So right now, we are still waiting for STOODOGG to arrive. He said he would be running a little bit behind today, which I completely understand, especially since he has started working now. But he has the link, and he'll be joining us soon. And I just received a message from our surprise guest. So once they arrive, then I will bring them on. So today what we're going to be doing is we are going to be talking about the state of the world due to the virus and how it has affected not only the parts of the world where we all live, but also the impact that it has had on each of us on an individual level. And just, I guess it's more of like, hang on, I was trying to get everything set up here. Sorry. Now, there we go. I hate that echo. Wait a minute. And I think that, well, that's our illustrious guest, but for some reason, it's not letting them connect. So let me do this. So, gentlemen, as we are getting started, as we all know, a couple of months ago, the world was ravaged by this virus that we now have been dealing with for the last couple of months, and it has affected the world greatly in more than in one capacity. So, Hatman, we're going to start with you now because you are across the pond from Justin and I, and you're part of the UK and just the UK in general. What's the impact been like for you? And well, basically, the country first of all.
Well, it's kind of like on your side, I guess. Just less rebellion and less angst about being locked down. We've got a few people who insist it's like, "Oh, let us be free, let us be free," and it all kicked up a storm today because our illustrious Prime Minister's principal advisor was discovered he traveled 250 miles to the other end of the country so he could hang out with his family when he was apparently contagious. Now, bearing in mind he's the one who came up with the lockdown rules, that's a bit naughty. Well, on the general population, I guess it could be worse.
Well, how many? Well, now you guys are still. I mean, you're pretty much still on lockdown right now.
Yeah, they're slowly relinquishing it or easing it up. There's a lot of suggestions that are doing it too soon, which they may be because the R rate's not that low. And there's already signs it's going back up. So it could well backfire. I guess we'll find out in a week or two.
Well, now, I mean, and as you've said, on your live stream, and you mentioned it the first time I had you on a few weeks ago. Now you're pretty much stuck at home. I don't stuck at home right now, and you've been working from home, and pretty much dealing with it like the rest of us. Has that changed at all, or what? How are they? What is the reopening plan in that part in the UK right now? Have they said anything?
Well, they're supposed to be trying to ease it off from the 1st of June. Well, that's the initial plan anyway. From an economic point of view, they're targeting sort of like the beginning of July for businesses to start getting people back to work, because that's when the government's going to start phasing out their support plans. So a lot of companies are going to start to drag people back, even if it's part-time, and then top their wages up with the government scheme. So I'd imagine that's probably about the time I'll find myself going back to the office. I mean, there's no reason I can't work from home, so I suppose it depends on what the arrangements are and what they put in place for social distancing, because we don't have the biggest office in the world. We could probably accommodate about a fifth of the original workforce there, and everyone else have to work from home.
Are you going to be one of the ones that tries to volunteer to keep working from home?
I'd much prefer to work from home, definitely. I mean, it's dull, it's boring, but I don't know, just like not being stuck there and kind of at the whims of everybody else. So if someone else comes down or someone else screws up, it's like, okay, that sucks. Whereas if I'm just all by myself, the only person who can infect me really is me.
Well, now Justin and I actually were talking not too long ago. Now, with the job that you do you ever have to like video conference or anything with anyone?
Not usually. Most of it was audio, phone, email. Because of the nature of our work, there's a lot of face-to-face stuff as well. So they probably start. I mean, I was cashiered out of there before they started looking at putting in Skype and video conferencing. So I presume they got some of that in place.
And another member of our panel has just arrived. STOODOGG, hello, sir.
What's up? How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
You and your black screen, we can hear all of it.
It's Jared Dog.
A black screen. Well, I wanted to talk to you about like how I was robbed of my lap. There we go. It's not there.
I was robbed.
I didn't realize that there was a camera on. You guys can watch me eating. You can watch me eating and drinking beer.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you could. Well, no, the reason that I was asking about the like the video conferencing and everything, and this was actually something that when I had STOODOGG on and Justin came on, what I had mentioned, been like, you could be one of those, you're sitting there in like a dress shirt, but little do the rest of the world know, like you're just not wearing pants. So,
oh, I'm wearing pants. I just got home from work.
Well, no, I was talking about Hatman. And now
I can't confirm or deny that accusation.
And now the surprise guest has arrived. Now, Hatman, this guest is a surprise for you, someone that you have not yet spoken to, and I have been working on this, and they agreed to come on and also join the discussion with us today. So I'm going to bring them on right now.
Can you hear me?
Oh no, the mistress is here.
What's up?
How are you?
Peachy, sitting in a parking lot. Just fine.
Well, So Justin, we'll move on to you now. You and I have talked quite a bit about everything going on because I'm in Alabama, you're in Tennessee, and how what's going on up there as far as how this has affected where you live and everything that's going on right now.
Well, when this first happened, overnight, everybody in the entertainment industry lost their jobs because most of them are independent contractors, and then the bars closed. There's like all the tours closed first and were canceled, and so people who had gigs lined up for the rest of the year, like overnight, had no more sources of income. And then the bars, when they closed down, and all the restaurants closed down as well, everybody took a hit. Everybody was hitting unemployment. One of our mutual friends, I won't mention his name on here, but one of our mutual friends, he lost his job due to the pandemic. And that happened to him on April 10th, and he has still been trying to file. He's filed for unemployment, but still has not seen anything from that.
Yeah, the unemployment filing rate, here in the States right now is just insane.
Yeah, it's higher than it was during the Great Depression.
I think the last time I saw something, it was 30
million.
Yeah, I was going to say it was over 30 million, or maybe like 32, like maybe close to 37 million people had applied for unemployment. Yep.
And so when Congress and the president passed their economic package, a lot of the businesses applied for what's called the PPP. It stands for something about like payment protection, and there are conditions upon it. But the biggest problem they had out of that is a lot of these multi-million-dollar companies and multi-billion-dollar companies also applied for it and got it. So a lot of them applied through multiple subsidiaries and got it, which quickly drained all the funds. So there were a lot of small businesses where the PPP was meant for that did not get it. And so that obviously, and rightly so, infuriated a lot of people. And then the one after that, was it in Tennessee? They've been talking about opening up, but there have been some businesses that until they, and I'm not going to call them out here publicly because I don't want this coming back on anybody that I know and care about. So, but there was one business in particular. The guy does lean conservative in his politics. He refused to shut his business down until they were publicly shamed in one of the local newspapers. And now this same place, they are basically forcing their employees, they're banning face masks. So they've told their employees to come back to work. And then they've also told them, we're not going to live in a place of fear. We're going to lead by example. So no face masks allowed. And if you don't agree to that, they will publicly shame you and their workforce. So there are a lot of us who know about this with this particular business. And quite frankly, we think they're a pile of crap. And I would not do any business with this person. Some places have started opening up, and they are keeping social distancing. So one of my contacts here, she is a DJ, and she has started getting some work at these restaurants where they do practice social distancing, but a lot of businesses have said, if we can only operate at 50% capacity, that will sink us. So now they're having to juggle whether or not they open up or stay closed. So, because either way, it's going to cost them money. So it's
with social distancing still being in place in places like that. I mean, that's got to make dance parties a little bit awkward, don't you think?
Well, it takes you back
dancing on your own.
Yeah. And what was it Billy Idol said? Dancing with myself.
But what was it? And then we've got. So the overall sentiment is, even amongst people from all political persuasions, everybody is of the understanding that we cannot stay locked down forever. And the Democrats proposed a plan where they are wanting to give every American $2,000 a month until the pandemic is over. But even liberal and Democratic leaning thinkers have said that sounds good, but realistically that's going to add to the money supply, which will increase inflation, and we might have a bigger problem on our hands. So what they have done, and where I work, they have just told us, and even the states and federal government has said, if you can work from home, continue working from home. And initially they had us working from home till May 24th. Then that got bumped all the way until June. Now it's been bumped to July, with the caveat that I work for a company that's contracted by the state. And so what they have done is all the state employees will go back first, and then they'll slowly let the contract companies come back in. So we're looking at possibly August or September getting back into the office. But my prediction is we're going to be working from home for the rest of the year.
Well, now to our surprise guest, Miss Whiplash. Now that she has joined us, and thank you for coming on. I'm sure this was also a big surprise for Hatman, because since we all know each other from his wonderful live streams that he does every week. And you might do what?
Allegedly every week.
Allegedly every week. Okay. It's on a weekly basis, subject to change.
Maybe.
If I can be arsed.
So now you're in Texas.
Yep.
What's it been like since, like, how what was it like when the shutdowns and everything first started there?
Well, in my particular area, it's been pretty kind of relaxed about it. I mean, we haven't been forced to wear masks or anything like that, unless we're like working in an establishment or what have you. And I haven't experienced too much personally about like being let off work and stuff like that, since my husband's an essential worker. But I do know people that got laid off. I mean, there were lots of people in, like, say, Houston or San Antonio, where it's fighting really bad, like Austin and stuff like that, where they were on a harsher lockdown than we were. But we haven't seen too much of it, knock on wood. So.
Well, now to STOODOGG, since he's home from work now.
So I think last time we spoke, I was just an unemployed bum, right?
Well, first of all, I was going to ask you, how was your day at work, dear? Did you have a good day?
Yeah, it was fine. I've never worked such an easy job in my entire life. So basically, I work alongside a big chain of supermarkets. I'm in the call center. So basically, with the lockdowns, there's been a massive sort of upsurge in like home delivery shopping. So basically, people phone me to be like, I've got a moldy cabbage, or I ordered steak but I didn't get it. So I'm like refund boy, basically.
So you're just throwing money out everywhere, aren't you?
Pretty much, and trying to keep customers happy with, refunding them for things like that. And, if there are like major issues, it involves phoning the stores and trying to get more stuff out to them. But there is a lot of sort of breaking bad news to people, like because the entire operation of the stores, which was massive anyway, has essentially doubled. So their website has a habit of breaking, and customers placing orders, and they don't register on the systems. Then I have to be like, I'm really sorry, but your order didn't go onto our system. You're going to have to place a new order. Like, oh, but it totally took me ages to find a shopping slot at that time. And now it says that there are no slots available for like the next 4 weeks. It's like, you're just going to have to keep an eye on the website, and people will cancel all the time. And sometimes we can get extra staff, and sometimes we have more bands on the road, and slots will open up that way. And it leads to some headaches sometimes, but some customers are all right with it. I just tell them the truth. You know, it's amazing how far the truth and an apology can go.
Well, now there's been a question by the Wanderer. It says, STOODOGG and Hatman, have you guys also experienced the 100-mile winds in the UK right now?
Yeah, the weather went mental outside. It was snowing earlier today. Like it was sunny, nice and sunny and quiet outside when I was sitting at my desk, and then I went to make myself a cup of coffee, and I looked out the window and it was snowing. Huh, Scotland, welcome back.
So how has it been now when the lockdowns and everything were first going on in different countries all over the world? How did it affect Scotland?
Kind of didn't. No, like I think here we're quite. A lot of other places are quite densely packed with people, and here, not so much. Well, where I am anyway, not so much. But then, as time went on, all of the social distancing regulations started coming in. Supermarkets, chemists, doctors, and then, you know, they shut down all the pubs, and the town centre is basically a ghost town. They even arrested the guy who played the harmonica in the city centre. So, like, he's not there bothering people anymore.
You've got a little static coming in from somewhere, STOODOGG. I'm not sure where. When you speak, it's a little staticky.
It could be the volume of my headset going back into the microphone. So I'm going to turn you guys down a little bit.
He's currently live streaming Jared Wars. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'm live streaming Jared Wars, live streaming us.
Just doing multiple streams at one time. Well, here...
And I bought this sign, and I bought it from the store, and on that sign it read, "Everyone best."
That best.
Well, now, I mean, here where I live, basically the southern states were more especially like Mississippi, Alabama, and Justin can contest to this. We were pretty much like the slowest to respond because they didn't want to shut down. And I mean, they made it seem like they just didn't want to shut down at all. And then it took, you know, hundreds of cases every day. And, you know, the death toll slowly beginning to creep up to where they would actually start doing something. And now here, restaurant dining areas are starting to open back up, which, in my opinion, is a mistake. I mean, if you can separate people properly, okay, but still, it's a big risk. And, you know, the tolls and everything are going, you know, steadily going up every day around here. Justin, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, we have to deal with that pool, like where I work at a hotel, and of course, I mean we have a pool, and we can't even open our pool up right now because of the social distancing order still in place. So right now, we can't even do that.
Well, look on the bright side of that. You don't have to worry about people skinny dipping right now.
That's grounds to get kicked out anyway. And honestly,
do they?
I'm glad that I have not had to witness something like that. To be perfectly honest with you, I mean, the world is scary enough as it is, and where I live, honestly, a lot of the people that live around here, I wouldn't want to see them skinny dip in the first place. So I would, in turn, have to probably take the wonderful advice of our the orange man in the White House, and I would probably, instead of drinking the bleach, would have to just flush my eyes out with it.
Okay, so Hatman and STOODOGG, do you know what he's referring to?
Oh yes, we get Donald Trump's pearls of wisdom over here.
Oh my gosh, man, that's like been the worst part of all of this. Has been so many people are taking Donald Trump's advice and the advice of soccer moms and anti-vaxxers over the advice of actual doctors and scientists who study this thing, and they're like, "Oh, it's a complete hoax." And I'm like, "Well, tell that to my godparents, the 3 friends I know that have had it, all the nurses that have to work in it, the ones I know personally, they're having to wear the N95 masks." And they're like, "Oh, it's all a hoax." Okay, if it's a hoax, it's up to you to prove it, but they all take their leadership and their marching orders from, that big orange baboon in the White House.
As long as they get their vitamins and their supplements and their daily dosage of bleach, then that's fine.
This is, I mean, honestly, and a lot of people have kind of jumped on my case because of it, but I'm like, I just have to look at people and be like, you know what? Darwin was right. And let's see, Scud has said, I have to deal with 2 states worth of customers at work. People from Massachusetts are just shopping in New Hampshire now. Wow. I can't even imagine having to deal with 2 states worth of people in this particular situation. But no, that was always just kind of my train of thought, is maybe this was natural selection rearing its head, and the world was just kind of getting pissed off at the stupidity, and it's like, you know what? It's time to clean house. It's time to
get rid of the stupids.
I even read a story. And I'm thinking she's still here. Yeah, she's still here. Okay, how many of you have seen Idiocracy?
I have.
No.
I don't think I've seen it.
Oh, STOODOGG and Hatman, you've never seen Idiocracy?
I have not.
Okay. Do what?
That's great.
Can you bring the microphone just a little bit closer?
I have Bluetooth headphones. Can you hear me a little better?
I can hear you, but it's just really muffled.
Some jaunty tunes.
Can you hear me?
Do what, Hatman?
Some jaunty tunes playing.
Right. Watch, I'm gonna end up with a copyright strike.
I was telling them to turn it down earlier.
Well, no, Idiocracy basically it was written by Mike Judge, who did Beavis and Butthead and King of the Hill. And basically it's about a guy who, just an average guy in the army, and he gets volunteered for a experiment to where they're going to basically put him in a pseudo cryogenic sleep for a year to test it out, because basically what the military wanted to do was save their best soldiers for when they're needed. And basically there's a whole fiasco. The base gets shut down, the experiment gets forgotten about, and him and a civilian are basically asleep for 500 years. And during the course of that time, mankind has just slowly gone downhill and become a lot stupider in the process. And so, and one of the points in that movie was with natural selection, without basically where, you know, the certain people are weeded out, didn't exist anymore. And so we see where the world slowly becomes just more and more unintelligent. And then, of course, you have the presidential character who is goes by the name of President Camacho, who is played by Terry Crews. And he does an excellent job. I'll give him that. But Mike Judge has been, and I highly recommend to the two of you to watch this movie, because it's funny, but it will also terrify you to no end. But basically it's what Mike Judge had said is he did not intend that movie to become a documentary, because now that movie has been labeled the movie that has now become a documentary. So if you haven't seen the movie, I highly recommend that you watch it. And when you get a chance to watch it, either of you, please send me a DM on Discord and let me know how terrified you are, because it will scare you immensely. And Justin can contest to this, that movie is pretty much where the state of our country is headed at this point.
Yeah, we saw that happening in 2016 when Trump was running, because it was just like, I remember telling my manager at the time, I said, the election's going to come down to Trump and Hillary. And this is back in like October or November of 2015, before a lot of the primaries had occurred. And he was like, no, there is no way it's going to be Trump. I was like, watch, it's going to happen. And when we started hitting about February or March, he walked in one day and goes, very just downtrodden, goes, I'm afraid you're right. It's going to be Trump. I was like, told you. And then everybody had the same reaction when it was Trump and Hillary. It was, really, these two? It's like we had a shot at having a somewhat return to normalcy and decency in this country with someone like Bernie Sanders, who really is a strict constitutionalist, because what Bernie Sanders is advocating is basically what we had in the 1950s and 60s before, and really all that time up until Reagan won in 1980. He was advocating, you know, a lot of the stuff that happened in those days. You did have certain subsidies that we no longer have, like education was subsidized. That's why our parents' generation, Chris, could go to college for $600 a semester, and that was considered expensive. But now it's like $600 an hour to take one course, you know, and it's like $600 a course. And
Well, now going back to Hatman and STOODOGG real quick. I mean, they know about the proverbial shit show that we have to deal with. And honestly, the only thing that even makes it remotely tolerable is watching guys like Stephen Colbert talk about it every night. Plus his Donald Trump impression is actually almost pretty damn spot on. Now you guys are both under Boris. Am I correct in that?
Not literally.
Boris.
Stu, can you bring your mic just a little bit closer? We're having some trouble hearing you.
Mad Boris.
Mad
Oh,
Whoa.
do you guys hear that, or is it just me?
No, I hear it too. That's coming from.
It might be me. Hang on.
She's
Welcome to the
getting-
Technical Difficulties Podcast.
Wow.
Boris seems to have gone missing again.
Thanks for that great plug there, STOODOGG. Appreciate that.
It could be worse. We could be Jared Waters.
Is it still there?
Mom!
Did I break it?
Mother! Get out of the room!
You're breaking it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So with what's it now? Once again, I mean, like I said, you've seen what we have to. You see what we have to deal with. What's it been like on your end dealing with Boris?
Well, he's never there for one thing.
Hiding in the crypt like Indiana Jones.
He shows up once a week for the occasional question show in Parliament, and that's about it. And he buggers off again. No one's heard from the last 3 days.
Is he playing a lot of golf? Because we know that golf is a big part of our our leaders' agenda.
Well, he's probably playing the field. Probably say, "Oh, my hands are tied with my new fiance, my new fiance, and my new baby." It's like, yeah, that's what baby number 7.
Well,
what's your take on that, STOODOGG?
He's Scottish. He doesn't care.
Pretty
I'm afraid of Boris.
I've not really been following politics too much. I don't know. I mean, I seem to be getting extra dollars in my pocket for some reason. Getting paid more because COVID. That's good. This means the pubs are shut, so I can't bloody spend it.
Well, you're still spending it on beer. I mean, when the show that you were on with me, I mean, you went through 4 because you sent me a picture like right after we went, right after we closed.
4? I thought it was more than that.
Or it may have been 5. I'm not don't quote me on that, but it was quite a few because I had made it to number 4 by the time that we had got done that day.
STOODOGG is going, I underperformed last time. Got to drink more.
Thank you for your feedback. I will try and do better.
I'm waiting to see that. I'm waiting to see a video of STOODOGG just kind of like stumbling around with like a bottle of whiskey in his hand, and it's just kind of like, I don't need this. You can just fuck off. That's what you can do.
It would be funnier if I was standing outside the Scottish Parliament.
And then after you finish the bottle, you throw it like at the front door and just run away.
If y'all want to see some funny drunk people and train wrecks, come to Nashville when it is fully reopened and just hang out on Broadway. The bachelorette parties never cease to deliver. There's actually an Instagram account you guys can start following called Broadway Uncensored, which is just basically downtown Nashville, just showing you the train wreck that it is. And they got footage of people who've fallen out of windows from the first floor.
Oh, jeez.
Just all sorts of stuff.
Well, now moving on to a more personal level with each one of us, and we'll start with if Miss Whiplash is still there and she's got her technical difficulties fixed.
Is it fixed? Is it broken?
Yeah. No, you fixed it.
You.
Okay, good.
She had to pull out the bubble gum and the paper clips and do it MacGyver style. So
Fix it my damn self.
Hit off something.
Do what?
Just hit it off something until it works. God damn it!
Just make it on a table.
Have you tried kicking it?
Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on?
That's one of our tech support fixes for work.
That's
It's every tech support fix.
So ladies first with this question. How has this affected you personally?
Well, it was really annoying when I couldn't find any damn toilet paper. you know. um, but really, honestly, like when everything started to hit off and we couldn't find anything in stores and all that good jazz, we live paycheck to paycheck, so we have to go. You know, we can't just when everything happens, we can't just go get food. We have to wait. So it was pretty bad. I mean, I have a kid to feed and a needy husband, so food is tight.
Hatman, how about you?
Much the same, really. Everybody raided the supermarkets for bog roll and bread. I don't think I saw a loaf of bread for 3 weeks. Fortunately, I tend to get toilet roll by like the 24 roll bag, so I was well stocked for a few weeks.
I was going to say, now they have these wonderful inventions called bread makers. You could have made your own bread at home.
Don't be silly.
But the thing is, though, there's a massive flour
Flour,
shortage up here in Scotland.
And I know that you had travel plans at one point, and that had to be all this threw a monkey wrench into that as well.
More like the entire toolkit, but yeah.
We'll go ahead and just say the whole toolbox: the wrench, the hammer, the screwdriver.
You may as well just dismantle the plane and turn it into screws.
Just throw the whole thing away.
I think they pretty much just took all the planes apart and we'll get back to this when we get a chance.
I should give them their money back though.
Oh, you still haven't got your refund for that yet?
Oh hell no! They're fighting tooth and nail about that.
That's one thing that I don't get. I mean, when plans have to be canceled, especially if it's due to something as serious as this, you figured that they would try to be more Johnny on the spot with it. Or, I mean, I've never flown before, so I'm not really sure how the whole airline system works with all of that. But you would figure that, I mean, you didn't have a choice in it. You'd figure that they would try to make it a little bit easier for you to get your money back at least, or to try to compensate you somehow for when you can actually travel.
Yeah,
oh man.
Their definition of compensation is to say, here, have a voucher equivalent to your flights. The only catch is it's valid for 12 months. There's no guarantee that flight will be in place, and even when they do resume, they'll probably be a lot more expensive anyway, so I'll probably want to shop around for a different flight.
The Wanderer just told us in chat that he was planning on being in Italy. And unfortunately, that fell through.
Well, I mean,
ironically, it's safer in Italy now that it's here.
Well, honestly, like I said, I've never flown before, and I can only assume that Wanderer was going down there for the beaches and the beautiful Italian women. So, like I said, that's an assumption, but that's just my guess on all of that. Ordered my Thundercat COVID mask and tour. So, what about with having to homeschool right now, Hatman? How's that working out?
Most of it's on my ex-missus, since the kids are with her for most of the week. I've got them one day, so they kind of do their schoolwork for me, kind of.
Someone save that poor lady.
They're reasonably okay. My daughter's fine with it. She kind of misses the routine of school. My son's a pain in the ass, though. It's all a major drama trying to get him to do it. I just left it on her desk yesterday morning. I hadn't even told her to do it. This morning after she got up, she beat up. Meanwhile, Junior had a headlock.
STOODOGG, I'll let you confirm this about Wanderer.
I don't know about the start part of the sentence, but I do know that he's loyal to his girlfriend.
STOODOGG, how has this affected you on a personal level?
Well, I was a chef until I wasn't because all the restaurants got shut down. And now I've been thinking about changing career path for quite a while, but this forced my hand. And yeah, I heard about call center work. It's actually through an agency. It's just a temporary contract, but I just thought to myself, well, why not? I have to start somewhere. Might as well start here. If people that just stumble out of school with like literally no education can do it, sure, I can do it. So yeah.
Now I've done call center work altogether for about 8 years. Trust me, it's not as glamorous as you think it is.
No, I did it for 2 years. It's really all I can say.
And now I will solely place all the blame for the creation of call centers and their environments slowly, or actually surely, on the back of mine and Hatman's boss. Because you want a definition of hell on earth, work in a call center.
Where do you think I got my training done?
No, well, I haven't had any bad experiences so far. It's actually been fun and easy.
Well,
I think the only difficult part I find is explaining how the customer-facing website part of things work, because I've got access to test accounts and I can see what the customers see up to an extent, but I can't actually place orders, so I don't really know what happens after that, because I can't literally like place an order and have a van full of like 36 bottles of rum rock up outside the office on the company's money.
like, why is the rum gone?
Why can I only order like 3 items of food, like 3 loaves of bread, but I can still get 36 bottles of OVD?
That's because the OVD helps you cope with COVID, the pandemic.
Yeah, you're stuck at home. May as well get drunk.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, nothing like pints of Guinness to help you do that, or liquor.
I'll have to remember that when they give me the laptop for homeworking.
So you
hello, boss. I'm just sitting here with my rum. Oh.
Oh yeah, when you have to start video conferencing, that hey, there's another good way you could do the whole drunk thing. You'd be like, yeah, I worked today. I think maybe. What day is this?
Sorta.
Why were you late? I was finding it difficult to find the office. What do you mean you can work from your bed?
Wait,
I can't find it.
In the bathroom at the time, hugging the toilet.
If you get that one Karen on the phone call, you're gonna be like, lady, I'm not gonna call you a shitbag, but if I were a little bit drunker, all bets would be off.
Now you said that you were a chef. Like, why would you want to get out of such a fun gig like that?
The only bad thing about chefing is other chefs. People that don't show up, people that are unreliable, people that don't come in on time, people that mess up and end up affecting you. It's not like just with this job I can go into work, do my job, and go home and not think about anything. Whereas chefing, you always had to rely on other people, and they had a habit of being unreliable. And then,
were you the man in charge, or were you just working on a line?
I was just on the line, but it was always, the phone would ring every day. It's like, hey, can you come in early? And then you'd get to work and like, hey, can you stay late? And then you'd be like, yes, day off. Ring, ring. We need you to come in today. Like, nah. I'm done, man. It's just done with that. I can't be bothered with it anymore.
Well, I mean, I've been a server. I've never worked on an actual line. I mean, I like to cook, when I get a chance, but I've seen a lot of the things that people on the line have to put up with, and so yeah, I can kind of understand that. Justin, how about you? How has this affected you personally?
For me, I've been able to work from home, which I'm thankful for. I'm thankful I have a job I can do that with. And I'm thankful I work in a career that has relatively been unscathed by this. In fact, it's actually given us more work to do.
You're just happy that you can work with no pants on, is all that is.
Well, who says I'm working with just no pants? I mean, I might be just sitting here naked, doing the whole thing.
I don't.
Trust me, I'm not doing that. It would get too chilly in here.
Well, I know, but like I said, you just seem more happy that you can work without pants. Because I mean, let's just face it. I mean, pants always beats no pants, depending on the situation.
Well, I've been wearing shorts, my Punisher pajamas. When I've gone out, I've worn my Metallica shirts, and that wouldn't necessarily be appropriate wearing in the office, or my Slayer shirt with all the decapitated head and on it. But yeah, I get to wear that stuff when I'm working from home. But for me, I've kind of used this time as a way to do some self-improvement. I've been doing some reading and listening to some podcasts and audiobooks, and I started doing DDP yoga because about a little bit over a year ago, I was diagnosed with disc degeneration in the early stages of osteoarthritis. And I was working as a bouncer on Friday nights and Saturday nights at a really cool club here in Nashville, where I knew the owners, knew everybody involved. And, it was one of the places that had like some really cute bartenders and had the best looking clientele. So it was like bonus for me.
Well, right. I mean, that was something I was going to say to STOODOGG. I was going to say, I'm like, hey man, working in a restaurant or a pub or something like that. I mean, you gotta like the scenery you got to look at.
Cute waitresses.
Yeah, there you go.
Some cute chefs.
Yeah, and also too, that would depend on the setting, because there are some places I wouldn't want to go to because it's like, where meth heads congregate, and those are the places I avoid.
Would it be like walking into the? Would it be like walking into that bar in Star Wars, kind of?
Yes, it would be like that. Those are the types of places I avoid. So like I started doing DDP yoga, and after about a month of doing this, the pain in my back. The pain in my hip is like gone completely. The pain in my back, when I would go for a long walk and finish, I would say that the pain in my back would be about a 6 normally. After 2 weeks, it was down to about a 3. And last night, when I went for a walk, I noticed it really wasn't pain. It was more of a mild inconvenience. And sat down for a couple of minutes, and everything was better. And so I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is working!" And
so after you do the DDP yoga, do you do the self high five?
No, we do the diamond cutter at the end. And that's not a joke.
I was gonna say I think you and I are probably maybe Hatman, but I think we're the only ones that get the reference to the diamond cutter and the self high five from Mr. DDP.
Well,
yeah,
the RKO
Yeah, I
is
have
better.
no idea what you're talking about.
He does say give yourself a high five at the end, but
no, Hatman is saying the RKO is better, which I think they're essentially just the same move.
Well, they are basically, but the RKO is more athletic and is better meme material.
Oh yeah, most definitely. But so DDP, for the people who don't know, he was a professional wrestler, and
Dallas Page.
Yep, Diamond Dallas Page. And he started his career late, like started his career at 35 as a wrestler.
Which, just for the record, before you continue, he is to this day still one of my favorite pro wrestlers. I grew up watching him in WCW when I was a kid, and he was always to me one of the ultimate badasses in WCW.
Stu's looking for a new career, right?
Do what?
Stu's looking for a new career.
Yeah,
Wrestling.
You should become a
Giant
professional
stew
wrestler.
stacks.
Yeah, get your spandex on and grow some sweaty oiled up men.
No, I think STOODOGG.
STOODOGG, British Bulldog.
I think
Scottish Terrier.
I think STOODOGG would probably be more along the lines of one of those wrestlers that would probably wrestle in like blue jeans and tennis shoes and a Star Trek T-shirt, and just
Oh God,
and he would
wear a red shirt, otherwise he's going to be doomed.
he's wearing the red.
Scotsman, then he die, laddie.
Hey, but you're wearing the red shirt. Remember, the red shirts always died first, except for Scotty.
That's true. We've never seen this. We've never seen a red shirted Scotsman die.
That's true.
But no, I no, and you'd have to do it drunk. You'd have to do it drunk.
Wait a minute. Didn't he actually get killed off?
Who, Scotty?
Yeah, there was an episode where he got killed and then he got resurrected.
Well, that doesn't count as getting killed off, though.
Yeah, I was going to say you're in this group as far as I know. You know, you're the Star Trek expert here, so you should know that already.
He was killed by Nomad.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. And Uhura had her brain wiped.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was always more like, I've watched the series and stuff, but I was always more of a fan of the movies, like the earlier movies.
Yeah, my favorite part in the movies is when you had Jar Jar Binks come out with Harry Potter, and they just slaughtered every single one of the Dementors.
Well, the one thing about this whole situation for me,
Is that the one with Gandalf?
Oh yeah, when Gandalf.
No, that was the one. No, it was the one with Goldfinger.
That's right. The one with Gandalf is when he takes the ring to Mount Doom and then keeps it for himself because he wants to become the most powerful wizard known as Fraggle Rock.
Well,
And then he becomes the ultimate mustache boy.
Somewhere out there, there's a bunch of fans of different series whose heads have just exploded.
what have they done? But no, for me on a personal level about this whole thing, like what bothers me is now I had to work on Mother's Day, which, you know, I spoke to my mom and she understood and I was fine with it. But the fact that like I could go see my mother, I would have to keep the distance from her. But the one thing that bothered me more than anything is I couldn't even hug my own mom for Mother's Day. And that was one thing that upset me about this whole situation. Watching people just not being able to really interact with a lot of the people that, you know, that I care about. Like, I mean, like going to a friend's house and it's just, you know, like, you know, 2 or 3 of you hanging out, you know, that's fine. But like to not even really be able to go and spend time with my own mom and thinking about the people who couldn't do that or, you know, have lost people during this time and all of that. That's what really bothered me. And then to see people losing their jobs and their livelihood and all of this, that's what really bothered me more than anything. I mean, me on a personal level, like I've been able to keep working, which I'm very, very grateful for. This time is, it's given me an opportunity to try to, reflect a little bit more and get back into my books. And as a matter of fact, as Hatman and STOODOGG and Justin know, I'm a member of the Masonic Brotherhood, and this has given me a lot of time to put some things behind me as far as my time away from the fraternity due to the loss of my dad several years ago, because my dad was also a brother, and I've had a lot of time to reflect and decide that I'm going to get caught up with everything, and I'm going to get back into it. And but of course, I mean, even Masonic lodges like all over the country, and I'm assuming all over the world, I mean, they're all still closed right now. Like, we can't meet or congregate or anything like that. But the thing that just, I don't worry about myself as far as all this goes. I'm more concerned about the people that, and I'm going to, and Whiplash, I swear I'm going to send you a pack of 9-volt batteries. Because every time I talk to you, there's that beeping smoke detector in the background.
My bad.
But I'm more worried about my mother, my friends, their children, their families. I'm more concerned about them and what they have to deal with as far as this going on. Because, I mean, if I got it, I would quarantine myself and do everything I had to do to try to get better and all of this. But I'm more concerned about everybody else because, I mean, that's just how I am. Like, I check in with Justin on a pretty regular basis, and a couple of my lodge brothers, and I talk to my mom every day and everything. But I'm just more worried about everybody else, and it's like I'm worried about, I worry about all you guys. I'm just like, holy crap, we don't want to hear about Whiplash coming down with it, or Hatman, or STOODOGG, or Justin, or anybody. I worry about everybody else because that's and genuinely, I am concerned about all of you guys, and I hope that you all are staying safe and doing whatever you got to do to keep from doing this. Bathing yourself in hand sanitizer, and trying to fight the urge to drink Clorox bleach, and I mean, I know it's difficult. I've stared at that bleach in my bathroom more than one time, and I'm just like, that can help me, that can save my life, but I better not do it right now because I'm not sick. Um, but yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me is just not really being able to just interact with my mom. That's really been the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, I wasn't able to go to my niece's birthday party because
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
she wasn't able to have a birthday party. What they did is they did what everybody else is doing. They had people drive by and leave presents for her, and and Chris knows how much I love my nieces. I don't have kids of my own, so my 3 nieces are, they take the top spot, on my list, and
those poor children.
Yeah, those poor children having me as an uncle, the fun goofball uncle. But they they know that, and so it's just been, I hate that for her because she is a sweet girl, and I know what it's like being a December baby, where people forget you have a birthday right after Thanksgiving. And there were a couple of parties I had when I was a kid where nobody showed up.
Oh no, you're invisible. All your invisible friends showed up.
Both of them did.
STOODOGG, what about what about you? As far as family goes, how have you been dealing with not really being able to? Are you able to interact with family very much, or anything
Yeah,
like that?
well, at the moment, with everything that's going on, I've actually moved back in with the parents, so I'm I'm still with them. So I'm able to do like all the shopping and stuff that they need done. They're in their 70s, but like they they just get on with life as usual. I mean, mum still goes out and uh, does shopping and stuff, uh, but I try and do as much as possible. With working at the offices, uh, like buses have become extremely rare, so I literally walk to and from work, and anything that we need, we just get it from the shop on the way. Hatman will know about UK shops, but between here and work, there's a Farm Foods and there's a Lidl, so I can get basically anything that I need.
You mean you haven't been able to figure out how to teleport yet? It's broken.
It's not working just now. It might work
When you
later when
figure
I
it
try
out,
and
teach
make a
me.
video.
I mean, and I applaud that, Stu. I really do. You know, you gotta look after the parents and everything like that. And you know, it's good to know that they're
we
kind-hearted gentlemen.
see we see these characters online who live with their parents and are basically like they do nothing, and then I think about myself and I think I'm doing all right.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
um, I
well,
can go to
Hatman,
a job and get a weekly wage and get everything that we need for the household.
right. Hatman, I know that you get to spend time with your kids and everything. What about you? Do you get to? Are you having to refrain from visiting family or anything like that?
Not really. Yeah, with I mean, lockdown being what it is, we kind of because there are certain health issues in the family, is still haven't like engage and interact, so it's not really something I could avoid anyway. But extended family, like my brother, I haven't. Well, I mean, I've seen him in passing, but like my folks, I check in on pretty much every day, and obviously the kids get passed back and forth twice a week, so it can't really be avoided in a great deal from me.
How are your parents dealing with this?
They're bored climbing walls, pretty much the same as I am, I guess.
That and I mean that's hey, that's why I always tell people, read books. Read books. What do you when the power grid goes down? How do you think we're going to entertain ourselves? So,
Well, my dad's been medically retired for a few years, so it's not terribly different for him being stuck at home anyway. But now that he can't go out doing his photography or his bike, well, his walks anyway, he doesn't really ride his bike anymore. But now that he can't go out, he's building model ships, so he's working his way through several of those. Normally might do one a year. I think he's currently on his like second one in 3 months.
wow. Are you and StooDogg? Are you really reading Jurassic Park?
No, it's just I've got a pile of books here, and it's the first thing that was at the top of it. Actually, I do really like Jurassic Park. It's a really good book. I'd recommend it. Something that I like about
StooDogg's book
it,
review.
it's a bit like I've never seen anything like this before. I'll see if I can find one. But every few chapters or so, there's like a chaos theory diagram. And he's looking for one and he can't bloody find one. Cheers, Michael Crichton. You're making me look like a cock.
I know what you mean because I've read the book.
Yes, there we go. Someone else understands. There we go. 5th iteration. Flaws in the system will now become more severe. And then there's like a little sort of fractal image on the page. But that was something that I really liked. It's something that sort of kept me going because I wanted to see the next one. But this book is well read and well loved. I mean, I've had it since I was at school, you know.
Well, now, just real quick, while some people are still watching and still popping in here and there, check the description below. I've made a link section for safety recommendations from the CDC, from the Red Cross, and I've also placed a couple of links in there for donation places to kind of help people out during this time. There's the UNICEFUSA.org page. There's the feedamerica.org. And there's also a link to the World Health Organization website as well, to where there is a list of other charities that you can donate to, whether it be money or food or, anything that you can do to help families out during this time. Because, I mean, let's face it, everybody. This is a very serious time. A lot of people are out of work. A lot of people are struggling, and they do need all the help they can get. And so, everyone who's listening right now or who will be listening, I mean, please go to these links, try to give what you can or find out where you can drop food off for people. And let's try to be good to each other during this time, because yes, there are sadly the crazy folks out and about during all of this who say it's a hoax and who are demanding everything be reopened because we need haircuts. We really need to try to, if we want to make the world a better place, we have to try to help each other out. So go to those links in the description and look at the information about how you can keep you and your family safe, where you can send donations and or drop food off for people. Because, like I said, we're only great when we're helping each other out.
You can't tell me what to do.
I do what I want.
And don't forget the other disclaimer: if you think it's a hoax, do follow Donald Trump's advice.
Drink the bleach.
Drink the bleach.
Drink the bleach.
Build the wall, drain the swamp, lock her up, drink the bleach. What's the next one going to be? Donald Trump action figures for everyone.
I'd buy one.
I forgot. Sorry, go ahead, Miss Whiplash.
I was just saying I'd buy one. I mean, I'd drown it, but I'd buy one.
Well, you also forgot the other genius quote we got from him was where he told all of the millionaires and billionaires at Mar-a-Lago, "I just made you lots of money."
Oh no, the best, the honestly, I think the worst one that I've heard so far is that America should consider all of the people who have died due to this a badge of honor.
What?
War heroes in the war against COVID-19.
I love that.
Lord.
Meanwhile, on this side of the ocean, Durham police have basically told the British government they're going to fuck themselves. After they said that they were lying. No, they didn't speak to Dominic Cummings. So they come tonight and said, yes, we bloody well did. Oh, dear. Don't call the Northern Police Force liars, because they will bite you in the ass. Yes.
Just so
we'll get Miss Whiplash over into Durham Police.
Yeah,
ass tastes horrible. I don't want that.
Get someone else to bite it.
Maybe I'll employ Andy.
STOODOGG will bite it.
Bites a butt.
STOODOGG will bite it.
Yeah, go bite some butts, Stu.
Show him who's boss.
Rump steak.
Do the world a service. Take one for the team.
Well, I don't think I would necessarily say that would be taking one for the team per se. I think that would just be more like, do I really? I could see STOODOGG now just be like, do I really have to do this to save the world? If
Yeah.
this is the case, I'll just let it go.
Let the world burn.
My soul was prepared. How's yours?
It's like the other day at work, and there was someone sitting at a desk near me, and one of the managers was doing like a COVID risk assessment, and he was just standing there looking at how close the seats were, and he's like, "How close to your computers can you guys sit?" And we were like moving as far apart as possible. He's just sort of looking. He's like, "Can you promise me that you won't try to lick each other?"
My
Yes,
response
That's
to
a tall
that,
request, buddy.
your response to that should have been like, well, it depends on how cute she is.
No promises.
She was a he.
And you mean
I
to
like
tell me
everybody,
you're
I
not
don't
up for
care.
a little experimentation.
Well, wait. Did you just wait, Whiplash? Did you just say you'd lick everybody?
Yeah, everybody.
Just don't be like those idiots that would go into Walmart and like lick rows and rows of products.
The ice cream lickers. Oh my god.
Oh no! There was a guy here in the States who put a video of him licking like an entire row of like deodorant canisters and stuff. He got arrested and charged with a terrorist
Oh
act.
yeah, the terrorist.
But don't get me started on the ice cream thing because it was all Bluebell. And let me tell you, in Texas, we love our Bluebell. And we already went through the Bluebell famine when they had to recall all of it.
Oh yeah.
So I was ready to throw hands, like, honestly.
She was about to get gangster with it.
I'm going to
I
get
love my
my
Bluebell.
gun.
No, what
In Texas, they
really,
don't have to go get their gun; they have it on their hip.
yeah. No, what's really kind of bothered me and about the whole situation is you see all these people like out protesting in their cars and screaming at medical workers and saying, you're not real nurses and this is all a lie and all of this, and then you see like pictures and videos of all these doctors and nurses like sitting outside like in tears because of the people that they've had to see lose their lives due to all of this. And that all kind of goes back to my whole thing about natural selection. If you're stupid enough to be out in a crowd like that, then what do you think is going to happen? But you have absolutely no right to look at somebody in the medical profession who is trying to save lives and tell them that they're a fake nurse or this is all a joke and basically harassing them. You have no right to do that. I mean, these people are on the front lines trying to help people, and you're just trying to make light of the situation for what? Because you need a haircut, because you want your nails done, because you want to go bowling, because you want to go and stand in a bar, shoulder to shoulder with people, and I guess try to get laid if you're sitting at home by yourself doing nothing for like the last 2 months. I mean, have a little bit more respect for people. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think anyone has that anymore, to be honest.
Well, I think you're asking quite the tall request.
Yeah.
The whole do unto others as you would have them do unto you only works if they are in agreement with you and 100% of what you believe. If not, then all bets are off. Because that's exactly what Jesus meant when he said that.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I were living where STOODOGG lives, and I couldn't go to a restaurant and get some haggis every day, I mean, I'd be fucking livid,
I haven't had haggis for a while. I might need to rectify that tomorrow.
I was just about to say that look on your face when you said that. I'm like, he's going to make that probably within the next 24 to 48 hours.
Look what you've done.
I can
I will
honestly
say though. Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead.
I will say though, my quarantine hair is pretty bad. My fringe bangs have turned into I can't see anything, so it's all good.
Can you not just get like scissors and just sort of go?
Are you no, because that would turn like, because females, let me tell you, they have to pay a lot more if they want nice hair. Unfortunately, that would turn like $100-something haircut into a whole other mess. And I don't need that.
So that question,
welcome, Jackal.
well, that's a question I've wondered. Has been like women will go in and get
Hey, Jackal.
much less chopped off of their hair than I will as a guy, but yet y'all spend way more on a haircut than guys do. And is it? Because I know the coloring is expensive, but not every woman gets her hair colored. I mean, if a woman walks in for just a trim, she will pay much more for that trim than I will. And I pretty much go in and look like a wild man. I look like a Neanderthal when I walk in.
Well, no. Well, honestly, I've been shaving my head for almost 10 years, so I haven't had to go to a barber shop in a very long time. But now,
Didn't you get a full body wax a couple of times though?
Oh yeah, you know me. I'm all about that severe pain and having searing hot wax poured all over me.
Go get a Brazilian.
I'll leave that to Justin. Well, one of
the things I am supposed to do is go in for a back wax, because some guys have that back hair and we don't want it. So I'm supposed to go in and have a wax done. But what I'm going to do is film it, and my pain threshold is going to be measured out by shots, the type of alcohol and how high the alcohol content is. So for like a 1, it's going to be like Bush beer, and then a 10 is all the way up to Everclear. So whichever one shot I grab is how much pain I'm feeling.
Justin will be about half lit through the whole thing, and he'll be swinging an empty bottle around like, I can't. Let's just do the whole body. I can't feel anything.
I can't even feel my pancreas.
My liver gave up on me years ago.
Well, STOODOGG, do you cut your own hair? Is that how you're dealing with this?
No, the last time I had a haircut was just from a barber shop. It's generally quite cheap, like
you should
£7 or
grow
£8 haircut, and I just tell them like, make it really short around the sides and the back, and like just give me enough at the front to like spike it up. But it's not needed anything done to it for a while, so I'm just gonna leave it to get longer. It might turn into like a bit of a mullet as time goes on, but it's.
You should totally. You should totally grow. You should totally grow a mullet.
Do it.
On the Canadian hockey team.
Mullet dog.
No. STOODOGG could grow a mullet, and then he should go and join a rugby team. Hatman, what about you? Are you still able to get a haircut, or do you take care of it yourself with just a pair of clippers
puts all his hair inside his hat?
Well, that's handy, but yeah, normally I discovered a barber about a year ago, which actually does my hair quite well. So I stopped like clipping my hair and started going down there, and of course now that's closed for however long. So I'm back to buzz cut number 2.
I was going to say, a pair of clippers and a few cents worth of electricity, and you just, do it yourself.
That is true. It's like spend £30 on the clippers like once a year or something. There's like an easy 12 haircuts, and 12 haircuts are like £9 a piece. It's pretty tight.
I don't believe in spending like too much for a haircut. Like, I found that there are places that can do it for less than a tenner that do it just as well for places that do it for like 20 quid. So, dude, I don't mind going to the barber and having enough like change left over to go for a few beers in the pub across the road.
When the pubs actually open back up, though, right? So
When the pub and the barber's open, I can go to both on the same day.
there you go. There you go. Or see if your barber can have a selection of adult beverages for you to have while you're getting your haircut.
Yeah, can I have like enough at the front to have spikes, and then just really short around the side and the back, and could I have a pint of McEwen's 80 as well, please? Thank you.
Like going in somewhere like me, like I mean I shave my own head, but I've been looking for a place that, because there's a lot of barbers around where I live. A lot of them don't do like the straight edge razor like shaves and everything. And that's just one thing I've always wanted. I've always wanted to get a hot shave on my head and my face. And if I could find a barber that would do that and I could sit and have a white Russian while I'm getting my head shaved, that would be great.
Or they could just polish your head. Hey.
Look,
Depends on the Russian, really. What's her name?
Wrong head, Hatman.
Oh, right. Okay.
Well. If a lady wanted to open up a barbershop like that, and I guess that would go back to the whole happy ending thing. Maybe it's just a few cents, like a little bit extra. I don't know.
Man, just go to a massage parlor.
So have any of you guys taken up any new like hobbies or done anything out of the ordinary that you haven't done in a long time since all of this started?
Banging my head against a wall because my kid won't leave me alone. Does that count?
Well, I mean, that all depends. How many concussions have you sustained?
None. So we're good.
I spent more money than sensible on Steam discounted games.
I can't do that. She's 2.
Hatman, did you ever go and find that West of Loathing game that I was telling you about?
I had a look at it and I thought, nah.
Oh, come on! You didn't want to go and dig around in the spittoons, man. Come on.
Well, I got distracted by Jedi Fallen Order.
Ring a bell. I think I've heard of that one actually.
Markiplier did a big playthrough of West of Loathing, and there's actually a video here. Let me look it up while we're talking, and I'll send it to you on Discord, STOODOGG.
Cool.
Because honestly, if you need a good laugh, like if you've had just like a bad day at work, or if you're, and it's now raining, or
so
you're.
Jackal says he's played 250 hours of Warframe in the last few weeks. Ordis is proud of you, operator.
But no, to watch him like just find these spittoons at random throughout the game is just absolutely hilarious. And I've had to have watched this video probably more than a dozen times, and every time I watch it, it still makes me laugh till I cry. So I'm gonna, let's see, hang on, I'm gonna get that sent off to you. And I know, well, STOODOGG, I'm sure this has given you more of an opportunity to keep playing your Star Trek Online.
Oh yeah, I've played it more than ever recently.
All right, check your DMs there, STOODOGG. I just sent it to you on Discord.
Yeah, I see the Discord has lit up 1 inside of a big red box.
But
You never
another thing
know.
about that game, is like they'll
I
make you
see
do
it.
like all kinds of stupid stuff. Like they'll make you talk gibberish for a certain amount of time, or they'll make you like crowd walk for like however long it wants you to, like depending on who you talk to and what quests you do. Oh my god,
That's
you'd
that's
think
why.
with like the graphics that it'd be like a shitty game, but they made it funny.
Yeah, that's why I was recommending it to Hatman, because I was just like, he looks like he could use a good laugh every once in a while. So
What you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say any. Don't put words in my mouth, sir.
He looks like he could use a good laugh once in a while, the miserable bastard.
Well, I mean,
Well, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, I forgot what I was gonna say. I had it and I lost it.
Widows.
So- well, it's like my dad used to tell me, it doesn't get any better with age. So, you know.
Some people age like a fine wine. Unfortunately, I have aged like the milk.
Well, now that's not necessarily true. Now there may be an issue with the marbles rolling around upstairs, but it's like my dad used to also tell me, the men in our family, we don't get older. We're like a fine wine. We just get better with age.
People still tell me I look like a kid, so you know it's whatever.
Yeah, well,
Is that when they're IDing you at the store?
yeah.
Everywhere.
I went. Yeah, I was at the store yesterday actually, and I was buying some beer, and the woman asked me for my ID, and I'm going to be 39 in September. And
Take it as a compliment.
I told her, and I was just joking with her, and I said, I don't know whether to be, take that as a compliment or be insulted. But no, we're.
I'm insulted because you have given me no beer.
No, I got the beer. I showed the ID. I got the beer. Like, I'm not leaving this store without this beer. I actually, I'm one of these that when I go to, well, we call them, I don't know if they just call them liquor stores or what over in the UK, but here we call them package stores. And whenever I go into one, I always try to find a beer that I've never had before. And I sent Hatman a picture of one that I had gotten. It was Rogue. It was called Dead Guy Ale. And absolutely one of the most delicious beers that I've ever had. And I could only find it in cans yesterday. But I'm like, you know what? I don't care. I'm can, bottle. It would be better if it were from the tap. But, oh, hey, Justin, how was your trip to the bathroom?
Oh, it was great. Thanks for broadcasting.
You knew I was going to do it. I don't know why you. No, he sent me a message on Facebook that said, "Hey, I'm going to the bathroom. Don't announce it." And I'm like, "Okay." And then when I saw his mic cut back on, I'm like, "Now I'll tell them." So
More than 2 shakes and you're playing with yourself.
Go to the bathroom myself and grab my emergency bottle of beer. But being that StreamYard's decided that it wants me to be physically here, you guys might notice unless I put like a cardboard replica of myself here.
I was going to say,
I wasn't going to pull a "he who shall not be named" and piss in a jug or something.
Pretend that there's like an actual dog.
I was about to say, STOODOGG,
has
that been sitting on your lap the whole time?
What, that T-shirt?
Yeah.
No, it's just sitting down next to me.
Because it appeared out of nowhere.
He's been waiting for a special occasion.
Dude, honestly, like, I've got this massive bag of tricks. I've got, like, literally everything, like,
Is that the water buffalo hat from the Flintstones?
That is a water buffalo hat from the Flintstones. Right. I'll be back in a sec.
No problem.
Remember, Tinkle Fairy, more than 2 shakes, bad. Thank you, Tinkle Fairy.
So while we're waiting for STOODOGG to come back, Hatman, what are you currently working on, sir, that we have to look forward to?
Don't know if looking forward to is the right thing, but I've still got. I'm struggling and wading through Jared Wars.
It's a lot to go through.
Man.
Are you announcing your next Con of the month?
Yeah, I've got that to do as well next week.
Oh, I don't know if Jared Ware should get that. I think that should be that new guy you found.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Tell us about the new guy you found, or unless you want to.
Oh, I think we can probably keep that one in reserve. I might actually do that. I might actually do Con of the Month this weekend because the Jared Wars one's going to take forever. I'm about a third of the way through it. I'm not going to have that ready for Monday, that's for sure. So I might pause and do rational thoughts.
Hey, I'll be right back. I got to take
a rational thingy, whatever his name is.
Oh, you got to go back to the bathroom, Justin? Oh, he left. Oh.
No, you got to take a phone call.
Oh, okay.
You interrupted him mid-shake.
Let's see, that was shake number like 32, 34 maybe?
He's definitely playing with himself. Bad.
He heard your voice and he couldn't help himself.
Okay, you know what? I already have a lot of admirers that I don't need, so if we could not, that would be fantastic.
Hey, Widows, you should invite Ninja in here.
No.
Please don't.
He'd have an absolute meltdown.
No.
Oh my God, her voice. Oh my God.
Well, actually, this is the first time that you two have gotten to speak to each other.
Well, I mean, I've technically spoken to Hatman before.
Well, I mean, literally speak to each other.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, I've done all the talking. She's done most of the typing.
Well, I'm glad that I could bring you two together in some way.
Yes, now I can bring our plans for world domination to true fruition. It involves lots of napalm, a whip or two, some spurs, and a stiletto.
Yeah, you know, I have some stilettos somewhere.
2 is better.
Gotcha.
That's part of the reason why she has a child now. So.
You know, I used to have like knee-high stilettos, but I lost those somewhere, and I'm actually kind of sad.
That sounds like an interesting story as to how you can lose them and not know where you lost them.
It's like, excuse me, sir, did I leave my boots under your bed?
I think my husband would kill me if that was the reality of it, but
only if you lost them after meeting him.
I lost them. You know, I don't know.
He's like, I've drank a lot since then.
I wish that was the case.
She's endured 20 years of toddler terror since then.
Yeah, the equivalent, honestly.
Okay, so you're talking about world domiation. Are there safe places for your friends here and our cats and dogs? Are we going to be safe with the napalm drops?
Just stay behind the nozzle.
Just stay behind the nozzle.
They hurt my dog and I wreck you, man. Just watch.
Stu, I didn't see the beer. Where's the beer, man?
We've seen far too many dog abusers these days.
Just in case we need to go to blue alert, we might need to take up a notch to yellow alert. And if things get really bad, then we'll go to red alert.
Are you drinking these cold or room temperature?
So the Brewdog Punk IPA is cold, but the Tenants and the Elvis juice are warmish.
Elvis juice.
You gotta love that freshly squeezed Elvis juice, milked from a fresh Elvis.
From Brewdog. It's like grapefruit infused pale ale.
Squeeze
It's quite
from
nice.
Elvis's grapefruits.
When I drink beer, all I taste is, terrible.
Beer.
So, yeah. I don't
Stu,
like beer.
I'm gonna have to get you to send me an assortment pack of all these awesome beers I see you drinking.
Well, the Elvis juice and the Punk IPA, that's brewed locally to here. That's in a brewery up near Aberdeen called BrewDog, which I like because it rhymes with STOODOGG.
I was about to say he's gonna give himself a plug here. So
Yeah.
But,
Get them to sponsor you.
yeah, get him to sponsor you.
I absolutely love the Punk IPA. It's just a really nice beer.
I think that Jack Daniels should sponsor Hatman. To be honest with you,
Right?
I'd go with that.
I mean, all I got is a bottle of Kraken in my freezer. I mean, I could bust that out, but
Oh, I like a Kraken.
now Hatman. Now since you're such a fan of the Jack Daniels, my
We also have chips.
dad actually got the opportunity to go to the distillery in Lynchburg, Tennessee, a couple of times.
And you came out alive?
Me?
Well, I
yeah,
wouldn't.
you.
That was way before I was even thought of.
Just swimming in one of their tanks. I'm getting so drunk.
Actually, at the time where they make Jack Daniels in Lynchburg, Tennessee, at one point was actually a dry county,
Lame.
and they could make it, but they just couldn't sell it.
That's gonna be the ultimate slap in the face. You can watch this being made, but you can't taste test it, or else you go to jail.
That would be now. I mean, they have taste.
It's like an Amish computer factory.
And I've never heard that. That I'm gonna have to use that I'm gonna have to use that one. I have to wait for just the right moment and then just be like, you know what? That sounds just like an Amish computer factory. Oh, but it's nice. It's nice to definitely see that there are people, out there that are doing what they need to be doing. They take the time to do and try new things and not just let them get bogged down by all of this. I mean, I don't really go out a whole lot. I mean, the way I look at it, I've got the internet at home, my TV, my PlayStation, my cats, and my books. I'm pretty much set right now. And I just signed back up for the WWE network last night, so I've been watching a lot of old WCW back from when I was a kid. So I'm just I'm hunkering down basically.
Still mad that you haven't added me on PlayStation.
Well, I don't play online.
Jerk.
Well, I'm not gonna say that because you left the door open for me to be able to say something, and I'm not going to. So
No, go ahead, say it. We're all adults here. Come on.
okay, I'm gonna
Fight.
I was gonna say you. Well, I mean, just because I don't play with you on PlayStation doesn't mean that you can't play with yourself.
I have a husband for that. And believe me, I'm like the man. What I say goes.
I think I hear the crickets chirping in the background just a little bit. Oh no, wait, that's still that smoke alarm that you still won't change the battery in.
Okay, leave me alone.
Nah,
about
I just
the
think
stupid
force
smoke alarm.
sphincters puckered up.
Well, I mean, the point would be across a lot better if someone would give me the whip they promised me.
Look, I'm still working on that. Okay, get off my back.
Never.
You know,
The Wanderer is very fucking uncomfortable right now.
my bad. My bad.
Wanderer, it's okay. It's okay.
Don't-
Just breathe, calm down. You'll be fine.
Just imagine how uncomfortable Mr. Whiplash feels.
Right?
Man, he doesn't care. Like, he hears about all this stuff and he just laughs. Like, when he first heard about, my YouTube marriage to widow, I guess, as we like to call it, he just laughed about it. He's like, I should fake like being really angry and go in that stream and just start a fake fight with widow. And I was like, I mean, if you want to do that.
A marital dispute.
Yeah. I mean, she refers to me as her husband's healthy competition, which, I mean, I'm not really quite sure how to take that sometimes, but you know what? I'm just going to go with it. Oh, and hey, Whiplash, by the way, I got something I need to tell you.
What? Don't do it. You son of a bitch. He did that to me all while I was locked outside my house by my kid. As I'm begging my kid to unlock the door, he's just going, dun dun.
I was at work one night and she messaged me on Discord. And she was like, and so I went into my server and I opened the voice chat up and she came on and she's like, I'm locked out of my house. My kid locked me out of the house. And she's steadily just sitting there like halfway laughing and halfway crying the whole time. And she's just like, at one point she said something to her like, if you don't open this door, I'm gonna spank you. And I just went and I just pulled this up, and it's been a running joke ever since. And
man, I was begging her to open the door. Like, if you could have seen it, it was actually pretty hilarious because I was like squatting down and there's like a little crack in the door, like, where it meets the door jamb and everything, and I was like literally pressing my face up against it, like begging my kid through the crack to unlock the door.
I was almost picturing her like literally sitting on the ground with her face pushed up.
For some reason, in my mind, I've just got the "Here's Johnny."
Right. I was about to tell. I should have told her and been like, "Look, do you have a hatchet outside? It's time to do your Jack Nicholson impression."
My door's metal. Okay, that take a while.
Well, blowtorch maybe.
No, I don't keep anything dangerous where the kid could get it. She's MacGyver, and she's evil. Okay, I've already told Hatman to lay off me a little bit and let her do her thing without influencing her to do bad shit. But
hey, I'm trying to tame her. I didn't realize that we're going to have an unchained demon running around the world. That wasn't the plan. I mean, when the plan was revealed to usher in the Antichrist, this isn't what we had in mind.
I was about to say, you let one of them escape, Hatman? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Not again.
No, we don't talk about that. That's not part of the official record. There's been no escapes. Just administrative oversights.
So
let me just put it to you this way. Sorry, I haven't even gotten started on my video because, well, let me explain it to you another way. I'm hiding in the bathroom because I'm hiding from my kid.
Well, it makes things a bit different from the man that you're making a video about, who's sitting in a room somewhere hiding from his mum.
He doesn't hide from his mom.
He doesn't hide from his mother.
Yeah, he's still that with his mom.
Oh God, no!
Well, that stream that Jay posted the other night, that was just horrific. Like, I need my baby. I need my baby.
And he confirmed in emails that was their real conversation. He just tried to make excuses for it.
I couldn't pick up any sound breaks or editing clips in that, so I'm kind of believing when he says it's real.
No, I think it's real. I emailed him and he confirmed it was real. He was just like, oh, it was nothing. She's just depressed. I was just saying silly stuff. And I was like, it wasn't you saying the stuff that I'm questioning.
Yeah, I'm
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I'm going to put my teddy bear in your face again, Mom. Is that what you call it, dude? Okay. Definitely something very weird going on there.
He tried to say it was slander, too.
It's not slander if you said, mate.
Where do we find these people? They just appear magically, you know.
Yeah, they do.
By you know, I think those are some of the administrative oversights that Hatman was just speaking of.
Nope, this one's not our fault. No. Jeremy is very much part of, he's very much in communication with God. You know, he had the premonition. He's the prophet, so that's nothing to do with me.
It sounds like he needs to lay off the LSD,
or possibly get on the LSD.
I mean, what would I know about him? I'm just, a cunt that needs to, jump in front of a bus, according to him. So, hey, I mean, it's whatever. It's cool.
No, I don't understand.
Well, if he were to jump in front of a bus, the bus would stop. If he was to jump in front of the bus, it would probably accelerate.
Exactly.
the world would be a much more hollow place without Whiplash in it, man.
Oh no, the bus would not dare strike Whiplash. I mean, it's like it would stop, or it would plow into a crowd of pedestrians, but it wouldn't dare hit her.
It'd be like one of those buses that like goes under the bridge, but it's a double-decker bus.
Have you been drinking?
No, I was thinking of double-decker bush.
No, I just have one of those buses that like goes underneath the bridge and ends up with like, well, it's a double-decker conversion into a single-decker, and then Raz is just standing in front of it, just for us.
Hit me, I dare you.
For us moment.
Stu, you're drunk.
It'd be like that scene. Is it Superman 2 or something where he steps in front of the taxi?
You should listen to me on the phone. It's like, hi. Can I take your surname, please? That's perfect. I just need some more information for security checks. So can I take your surname, please? I already gave you it. Oh yeah. Whoops.
No, it'd be like. I could imagine you doing that job and like somebody calling in and then like just as you're answering the phone, like you're setting a bong down. It's just, it's like, what?
Just bear with me a moment. I've just spilled my beer all over my keyboard.
See, you're drunk and you can't even go home because you are home.
Hey, at least he's got a shorter crawl to his bed.
Can you find your bed?
It's literally right in front of me.
Exactly.
It's another side of the laptop.
I was going to say, if for some reason, if he falls out of the chair, then he can at least crawl over to where his bed is, or I'm hoping there's carpet. He could just sleep on the floor.
Yeah, just lay there. It'll be okay.
Curl up on the floor.
Wanderer says he can't find his bed.
Well, I mean, that's just something you're going to have to sort out with yourself. I can't help you with that.
Yeah, that sounds like a personal problem.
Why not?
No, don't you say personal problem. I'm tired of personal problem. Get out of here with that.
It is missing or obstructed. This is sounding like something out of Minecraft.
Either that or
Did you try and use it in the Nether again and it fucking exploded?
Either that or he's a hoarder and it's covered up with stuff.
Oh, well, I mean, that is an option too.
Oh, by the way, STOODOGG asks, 2 hours in, are we allowed? Is swearing okay? By the way.
Fuck no.
Oh. we've already broke that rule. If it is
Yeah,
one.
that rule got thrown out the window like the second that I hit the live button, and after the intro music stops. So
No swear.
no swear.
Good,
Damn it!
Good fine Christian live stream.
And just for the record, Wanderer, I'm like STOODOGG. I don't believe that you're a good Christian virgin.
Get yourself a chastity belt and maybe we'll believe you.
And mail the key to STOODOGG.
No, mail it to me. I'll never let you have it again. Probably because I won't be able to find it. But hey.
Put it on a.
Locked outside the house somewhere, and you can't get out the house.
That was my husband's fault. Okay, wait. He took the key with him, and he knew better, but he took it anyway. I'll blame him till the day I die. It's all his fault.
Well, I mean, it can't be any. It can't be any worse than completely locking yourself out of the house like I've done on multiple occasions, even just to go somewhere as simple as the gas station and get outside and I'm like, oh no, not again. And so I have to go see the person who has my spare key. And like, I was like, I locked myself out again. Like, you got to quit doing that. Hey, it's only happened like twice. So
see, I have a kid excuse. You don't. That's all you, man.
I take no responsibility.
Here's one for you.
Wait a minute, hang on, Wanderer. I was only picking at you, man. I was just picking at you. I'm not sure why I'm a stupid motherfucker for.
Wanderer, chill.
It was all in good fun. I promise. It was all in good fun.
So there was this one time that I was so drunk, and I remember this vividly, which is weird because I have a lot of I've done a lot of stupid things that I can't remember whilst drunk, but this one is brilliant because I can remember literally every second of it. But I went to the bathroom in my house at the time, and I got lost in the bathroom. So I didn't turn the light on, and the light was like outside. The light switch was outside the bathroom. I went in, locked the door, did what I needed to do, and I couldn't get out. I couldn't find the door. I didn't have my phone or anything, and I was literally crawling my way around the wall, trying to find the door handle, trying to work out where things were, tripping over the toilet, going into the shower, and I could not get out of the room. So I just went and I curled up in a ball on the floor and fell asleep.
I would have fell asleep in the bathtub.
An indeterminate time later, I don't know how long later it was because I didn't know anything about time. And I don't know how this happened, but I remember waking up and I stood up and I unlocked the door, turned the handle and left the bathroom and went back to bed. And my girlfriend's just like, "Are you okay? Have I upset you?" It's like, "No, Laura, you didn't upset me." It's like, "At least you were away for a very long time. Like, is everything okay?" "Yes, Laura, everything's fine." "Please tell me if it's not." And she was like really worried and really concerned. And I'm like, "Well, I went to the bathroom and I got lost in the bathroom and I couldn't get out, so I went to sleep." And she looked at me. I was like, "What?" And then I woke up and I stood up and I unlocked the door, turned the handle, and I got out and came back here. It's like, you didn't seem that drunk.
It's like,
I don't know.
how drunk were you exactly? I mean, what were you drinking to cause you to lock yourself in the bathroom?
Probably vodka. I worked at Revolution Vodka Bar at the time, so it was half price on like everything. So it was probably one of those nights, which was basically every night.
I'll share a story about my dad with you guys.
I am stupid, boy, because I locked myself in my bathroom.
My dad, when my dad worked for the fire department, he and a few of his friends from the academy all went down to New Orleans one year for Mardi Gras. And he said that, they had gotten one of those hotel rooms that overlooked Bourbon Street, the big parties going on and all that. And he said they were, screwing with people, like dumping buckets of ice and all of this over the balcony and all this other kind of stuff. And he began to explain to me that the bathtub in one of the hotel rooms was full of ice and beer and pretty much anything else you could want to drink. Well, he said a few hours later he was walking around and he had quite a few, and he said he walked up to a friend of his and he put his hand on his shoulder and he looked at him and he goes, "There's a case of beer in here just a few minutes ago. I'm gonna go see if I can find it." And it had been gone for like 2 or 3 hours. and I'm like, after he told me that, I looked at him and I'm like, you know what? I've had a few nights like that too. So, but I've never locked myself in a bathroom in my own house.
Yeah, I've never done that drunk either. So, I mean, you got to one up on everybody.
And like I say, the whole I give up and then going to sleep, and then it was just I can remember everything, and it was just the way that I managed to just literally stood up and I had all my bearings, all my orientation. It was like a block of flats, so there wasn't a window or anything. There was no light at all.
Were you going to stick your head out the window and scream for help?
No, well, it was like it was basically in the very middle of the building, so it was like, the safest room in the entire complex. No windows or anything, and it was just the way that I stood up and just put my hand out, unlocked the door, moved my hand further down, found the handle, no problem, and left the bathroom. Like,
I can only imagine your girlfriend's face at that point. Like, where have you been? I've been asleep on the bathroom floor.
I couldn't get out of the bathroom.
And that poor girl, what if she had needed to go to the bathroom during the night and then been like, why is the door
I am
locked?
an NPC that has glitched.
STOODOGG caused a glitch in the Matrix.
/reset STOODOGG. Run.
Well, we've heard an embarrassing drunk story from STOODOGG. Hatman, do you have one?
Oh, plenty.
Millions.
Well, I can't ruin the mystery and share them now.
Hey, y'all, I'm back. I had to step away for a moment.
I'll give a very simple, very basic summary. I once walked home. I was trying to walk home from a night out, and I was leaning against the wall, and then the wall disappeared. I fell down. I fell asleep. Fortunately, when the milkman came along at 4 o'clock, he recognized who I was, and he put me in the back of his truck and took me home.
God bless the milkman.
Yeah.
In more ways than one.
They now double as a taxi service for drunk people.
I've
I
got
recognize you. I can't remember where I live. I'll take you home. Thanks.
I've got one that doesn't involve alcohol.
Okay.
And this one's beautiful. So when I first moved up to Aberdeen, I rented a room in a big house. Basically, the landlord stayed there with his family, but there were like 5 big rooms upstairs that he rented out to people, oil workers who were maybe only onshore for like a week out of every month, people who just needed like a room, didn't need like, massive houses or anything at the time. So I rented a room there, and it was only like 50 quid a week at the time. And then I think the most it cost me was 70 quid a week. That's when I moved in with a girlfriend after that, when I'd met her. But when I first moved up to Aberdeen, it was the perfect base of operations. So on the top floor where the rooms that he rented out were, there was the shower room, the bathroom, and there was like a little sort of kitchen area where he had like a couple of freezers and a couple of fridges so that people could stash their food. So all of the rooms had like locks, which you could snib on the inside if you went out to the toilet. Or, I always made sure that I had my key on me after what I'm about to tell you. But yeah, I went and had a shower, and when I went back, I hadn't clicked the snib of my room. I was locked outside it. So I went downstairs, and sort of the downstairs bit led into his kitchen and the sort of where him and his family stayed. And there was a wee doorbell, and you could knock as well, and he'd come and, he'd come and speak to you if you had any issues, or if you were just there to sort of pay the weekly rent or whatever. But yeah, I came out of the shower and I was fully dressed, and I didn't have shoes or socks. And I went downstairs and he wasn't in. His family wasn't in. And I was just like, right, I don't, what can I do now? So I did the only sensible thing. I went to work. I didn't have anything. I didn't have my wallet. I knew that I had a uniform and shoes at work, but I walked from one side of Aberdeen city centre to the other in my bare feet.
Oh.
Sober. No hangover. Nothing. And
I'm sure you needed a few after that day, though.
Oh yeah, I didn't go on the main roads or anything. I just sort of I took the back streets to avoid people, and I went up the back stairs to work and sneaked in the back door, and I got there and got my boots, and then I phoned my best friend at the time. It was like, hey, Andrew, any chance I could borrow some socks from you, because explain the whole story. And he's just like, you're mad. Like, well, think of it from my point of view. What else could I have done? Just want me to stand there in the house and be late for work? That's my paycheck you're talking about.
Right. I was gonna say, if you had gone into like the main entrance of work, you could have, if they had noticed anything about like you not wearing shoes and socks, you could have just told them, "Hey, it's a religious thing. You can't ask me about it. I'm on a pilgrimage to here."
I'm on a pilgrimage from Belmont Street to Revolution Bar.
Just tell him, look, it's a religious thing. Just don't question it. When I leave to go home tonight, I won't have any shoes on either. So.
Jefferson, I thought the bear from the California flag was part of your hat. No, it's just the way I'm sitting. It's like looks like a hat.
All right, Hatman. Well, we'll still be here for a little bit longer. Hopefully, you can pop back in.
Justin's back, yo. And that was
you've been back. You've been back from your shaking escapades. So
yeah, I have.
Shame.
And like I said, he heard your voice. He couldn't help himself.
I don't think my voice is that great. I don't.
Jefferson, just for you, I will.
Quarantine and isolation.
Is that a lady's voice?
Yeah, it's like, oh my god.
Justin's like, I haven't heard a woman's voice in weeks. Oh my god.
The wonder I once ran about collecting bottle caps because I thought the world was ending because the sky was beautiful under the influence during our celebration of the end of year 11. I was collecting bottle caps, but I can't remember where I put the first couple that I had.
I'm jealous of that water buffalo hat.
My brother gave me that years ago, and then it has gained a new lease of life because of YouTube.
I was going to say, wasn't there like a symbol that went on it at some point? Like, if I remember the cartoon correctly?
I think so. I'm gonna connect or consult the Google machine.
It doesn't fit too well because of the headset.
I was gonna say, I remember from the cartoon there was like a symbol or something on some of them, if I remember right. But
yes, he did have on some of them. He did have an emblem.
Oh, okay. STOODOGG wasn't worthy enough for the emblem, I guess.
Well, in some of the iterations, he didn't have an emblem.
I guess it just depends on the animator.
Oh. So is everything all right now, Justin?
Yeah. It was just one of my friends. She occasionally has like anxiety and panic attacks, and so she'll call me when one of those is starting to hit her. So.
Oh, STOODOGG's opening another beer.
Oh, shit!
We're going to yellow alert. Tenants. This one's from the other side of Scotland. It's from Glasgow.
It's one of those things. Like for me, a lot of my friends know my past struggles with anxiety, and how I've learned to deal with it. So for a lot of friends, I tend to be that guy that they call when they're having a panic attack or an anxiety attack.
Justin, you're just that guy. Period.
I guess so. Yeah, it's one of those things where people call me when they're about to have something bad happen, and it's like, oh, okay, let's call Justin. So I guess somehow, amongst all my trolling that I do to people and pranking, somehow people find comfort in words I say. So I don't know how that happened, but
yeah, like, I don't either.
You know me well enough to know that if I'm a source of stability and calmness.
Okay.
People need to find better friends.
Right. Okay, Justin, now I'm gonna mention something that happened to you and I, but I want you to tell the story because you tell it better than I do.
Okay.
And I think STOODOGG will definitely get a kick out of it. Tell him about the night that you and I met up at Chili's for dinner and beer.
Oh, is this the one where you were, like you were still managing for that band?
No. This was where the drunk women were sitting across the bar from us at Chili's.
Oh my gosh, dude, I don't remember that.
I don't want to give the detail of the story away.
Right, well, you start telling it, and then it'll probably jog my memory.
No, I'm going to send you a reminder on Facebook. Give me just a second.
All right. Yeah, there are lots of stories of me messing with people.
Okay, go check your phone.
Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. So
okay. Hang on. Before you start, STOODOGG, get you another sip of beer and settle in because this one Dustin, go ahead.
Okay, so one night, Chris and I made up. We go to Chili's and we get some food, and we're sitting at the bar. And it was really just us two and this guy who looked like he could have been a male model at the other end of the bar. And then these three drunk women. And the movie 50 Shades of Grey had just come out. So these women were waiting to go see the movie. And on a side note, one of the things that really just still boggles my mind is just the amount of, like, that was like the time where cougars were just coming out of the woodwork and just randomly going up and hitting on them. And this poor guy was sitting there minding his own business, eating food, and Chris and I are kind of talking.
And he was reading the newspaper.
Yeah, he's reading the newspaper. The guy, like, while he looked like a male model, you could tell the guy was highly intelligent. And he's just, catching up on the day's news. And these women were just loud and drunk. And as they're about to go to the movies, and you could see wedding rings on their fingers on, like, at least, one of them. And I think the other one may have been married too. But there was a third one who I don't know if she was married. And they just walked up to him and surrounded this poor guy. And they go, "Hey, has anyone ever told you that you look just like Christian Grey?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, I get that all the time." Just kind of blew him off like that. And they were like, "Do you want to come see a movie with us?" And he's like, "No, I'm good. And they kept, like, just trying to get this poor guy to leave and come with them. And when they finally left, and, like, Chris and I, we're sitting there, we're watching all of this happen, like,
and trying not to laugh.
Yeah, we're like, don't laugh because you'll ruin the moment. But we're like, we can't even make eye contact with each other because we know what's going to happen. So we're just like, oh my gosh, is this actually happening? And they finally left. And it was like the bartender, the guy, and us two made eye contact with each other. And we all just had, like, these what the hell looks on our faces. And we looked at the guy, we're like, "Dude, that sucks." We were so sorry. He goes, "Yeah, that happens to me all the time."
And we actually bought him around. A round of beers.
Because these women, like, there was one of them, she was really cute, but at the same time, at the time we were in our mid to late 20s, and I'm going, like, these women are in their 50s. Nope, not going on that playing field. Those women are old enough to be my mom. Nope. And they when they and the bartender, when they left, he was like, "Those are some of the worst patrons I've ever had to deal with." And they kind of were, because they were just loud and obnoxious and doing everything. I mean, they were Karens before the term Karen existed. Except they didn't have the "I want to speak to the manager" haircut.
or the I actually did kill my husband look on their faces.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they were just.
My husband was a good man until I shot him.
If you guys are interested to know, well, apparently she must have had to duck out real quick. I'm doing my Bond villain impersonation. I'm sitting here petting my black cat.
So, STOODOGG, I noticed when I first saw the California flag, I was like, oh, okay, cool. He's just a fan of California. Then I saw the two bear heads. I'm like, oh, the guy plays Fallout.
Yep, big fan of Fallout New Vegas.
Oh, yeah. Fallout New Vegas, to me, is the best game in the series.
Oh, I love it, man. I'm planning on doing like a playthrough of it on the YouTube channel at some point.
Oh, nice.
I'm still working on putting together a mod list for it to make it run smoothly.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like when I was younger, I've never been a big gamer, but
So the Wanderer's an enclave, man.
oh, cool. Yeah. My brother, when my brother was young, when we were younger and growing up, he was younger than me, but he would play video games and he had all the consoles. I never got into games too much. But one of the things that would happen is there were plenty of times where we'd go sit in his room and I'd watch him play through video games. So when I had a roommate one time who was a gamer, it was kind of taking me back to that. And he would play through New Vegas and I would just sit and watch. And I mean, I was like, I love the storyline to it. The storyline is really good.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we went the route where you could become Kaiser by the end of it.
You could side with the Legion.
yeah, we sided with the Legion and took him out. And so I was like, let's go that route. And
I've done that a few times. Like you can get to a stage where you can literally kill him on the operating table because you need to operate on his cancer that he has in his head.
Yeah, wandering around in a nuclear wasteland probably doesn't do good things for your cells.
Well, neither does drinking bleach. So
yeah, but the bleach can negate the damage to your cells from nuclear waste because you're dead.
The Wanderer says that he's currently streaming an NCR playthrough on Twitch.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, I remember.
I did catch a little bit of his stream the other day. He was in Prim, blowing people up and collecting legs.
Dude, what about that one Twitch streamer, Invader V, where she like went on this whole rant about how if you have time to watch a Twitch stream, you have money to donate $5. She was just like shaming her followers, and it like blew up into a news story bigger than she was expecting.
And there was that guy who's like, I'm unemployed and don't have much money, and she's just like, well, okay.
Yeah,
you can see how irate she was about it.
And she was saying that during the pandemic, right, as people were losing a lot of jobs, and so people were like,
Mr. Wanderer, you need to work on that Twitch affiliate thing. I have Twitch bits, and I was quite annoyed that I couldn't give you a couple. So Twitch has an affiliate sort of thing where you're able to donate bits. That's like a Twitch currency to people. And I think it unlocks at 50 followers.
You gentlemen talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
What?
He says that literally as I put a chip into my mouth. Hey, Justin! Nom, 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 nom.
Trump saying people should ingest bleach is not unethical as long as he goes first.
Hey, everybody, start drinking. First round's on me.
Kelly, that's like a Heaven's Gate cult type of thing where it's like, okay, pass the bleach around. Just, oh gosh.
No, yeah, I don't really watch Twitch that much, apart from like I'm not a fan of the platform, but a lot of my friends are there, so that's why I watch Twitch to watch good people like the Wanderer, and there's a young lady that I watch called Rise of Ragnarok. She's a friend of my friend Cami. She streams for me it's Monday and Tuesday morning, but like she's there every week, and she's like a tiny streamer. She's only got like a couple of hundred followers, but she gets more views than people who stream every day. And like recently with getting the job and that, it's like I'll get a couple of bits. So bits are like the sort of the Twitch currency that you can use in chat to. They're worth like I think they're worth like a couple of pennies each, and you can just use it to like tip people. So well, I got some bits to give to her and anyone else that I watch. I mean, they're taking time out of their day to stream, so I think it's only fair that I have a job now, so I can get a couple of these bits to help people out with a little bit of cash. I show my appreciation for what they do.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think it was really interesting. There was a story of a young adult who saw his little nephew watching Twitch, and he said, "Why do you want to watch people play video games all day when you could be playing them instead?" And the little kid looks at his uncle and says, "Why do you watch football all day when you could be playing it instead?" And so the uncle is all butthurt over it, so he turned off the Wi-Fi. Disabled the Wi-Fi for the whole house while his nephew was there, just so his nephew couldn't watch any Twitch. But it's like that's kind of a valid point. I mean, some guys are and gals are really into video games, and I remember when I was playing Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
Classic.
Yeah, late 90s, early. Yeah, it was late 90s, and we would have to go online and print out the walkthrough, or you'd have to go buy it. But at least with Twitch, you can look it up and see someone actually playing through, going, "Oh, okay, that's how you beat that level." Because there's some games now where it's just like they're like, "Here you go, figure this out. Good luck, turds."
But I don't want to.
I think I still have it at my desk somewhere. I'd found this. This came free with the Games Master magazine about 20 years ago, and it has like sort of little walkthroughs and little bits and pieces for games that you can type in like codes and stuff. But it was at the time when the internet was in its infancy, and not a lot of people could jump onto it. When at the time the extent of my internet access was through my Nokia 3310.
All right, guys, sorry about that. I was jealous of STOODOGG's beer consumption, so I had to go get one myself.
Only one.
For now.
Like I say, remember, start off at blue, and remember, you might need to go through yellow alert to red alert.
Well, the dead guy ale that I'm drinking is in a black can with I guess Hatman had to duck out. It's in a black can with a skeleton holding a beer mug and what appears to be a Pope hat. So yeah, we're gonna just go with that. And I guess Hatman had to duck out. And Hatman, if you're still listening, do appreciate you coming on, sir. You're always welcome here, and we'll definitely have you back on as soon as we can. But no, oh God, you're talking about playing games and walkthroughs and everything. Am I the only one here who remembers Nintendo Power magazine?
You are not the
There's
only
an
one
old
that
classic.
remembers that. I
Right. I remember that I had a subscription to that at one point, and it's still at my mom's house somewhere, but I still have the entire issue that was the entire Ninja Gaiden walkthrough. Like Ninja Gaiden 1, it was 1, 2, or 3, I can't remember, but it's the entire walkthrough of the whole game.
Yeah, I really feel sorry for my teachers when I was a kid, because we would get those Nintendo Power magazines and take them to school, and then approach our teachers and go, "Hey, do you pronounce this Ninja Gaiden or Ninja Gaiden?" And we're getting our teachers who have like no clue about Japanese or anything like that, or video games, and they're weighing in. And it was, I mean, those poor teachers, they had to deal with that debate, I think, at least 5 times a day for a long time.
StooDOGG looks lost in thought.
No, I was just thinking about The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, and I think this book has like a top 100 greatest games, and I think it lists Zelda: Ocarina of Time at number 1.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
But this book was printed about 20 years ago, so I'm just having a quick look through it for
Look,
that.
I'm sorry, but the ultimate game for N64 will always and forever be GoldenEye.
Love GoldenEye.
Yeah,
Still have it for an emulator on this computer.
And how
and Perfect Dark.
how often do you play it?
I used to play it quite a lot, but I haven't played it in a while. I need to pick up again.
Wanderer says Mario 64. Where?
Well, I think for me, my
oh, here we go. It's listed as one of the greatest events in history. The release of Legend of Zelda: The Ocarina of Time in 1997.
Oh wow!
The next one after it is the release of Final Fantasy VII in 1998.
Yeah.
GoldenEye's there for 96 as well.
Okay, now Jefferson, we've got an issue here. He says I hated GoldenEye for N64. That was the ultimate deathmatch game of the time. Even if you didn't play the actual campaign, playing deathmatch was half the fun.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of my friends even played the campaign. I think most of us played the just shoot 'em up part of it, because it was frustrating with me. There was one friend I had who played that game so much, and he was so good at it. There was a certain level we all knew, do not ever play on this level with this guy, because he could look at your screen, know exactly where you were, and then like go there and just shoot you and he knew how to attack you from that point. And so it was just kind of like, damn it. And it was really bad, because then we tried to figure out ways to handicap him a little bit, and then we were like, all right, slappers only. He still puts us all in it, and so it's like you have this guy running around, pap pap pap, just slapping the crap out of people and still winning the game. And then when Halo came out and you had the whole 3D shooter game, first person shooter game, that was right there for me. Like the part where if it was a first person game, I just gave up on it. Until Fallout New Vegas recently, when I played it a couple of years ago.
I heard that, Widows.
No. That right there was strictly for Jefferson, because when the first time he and I talked was on one of Quentin's streams. It was about music, and he told me that he hated the Beatles, and which is blasphemy in my opinion. And he didn't like Halo either. Oh man, that
controversial opinion. I'm not that big of a fan of the Beatles myself. I'm more of a Rolling Stones kind of guy.
I was going to say you look like you could probably do a pretty mean Mick Jagger impression. So
Just need to like fold my lips up a bit.
Oh, so cool story. The school that I went to.
Yeah, that is a great story.
Shut up.
Awesome! Love that story.
So I went to college was near Muscle Shoals, and you could go to they were actually in the process of restoring the studio where the Rolling Stones had recorded the original Shoal Sound studio, and
Famous Records.
No, it wasn't Fame Records. It was the original Shoal Sound studio where they had broken off from Fame Records.
Oh, okay.
And you would go into the building, and it was just this tiny studio. I mean, there's a section of my apartment that's probably bigger than that entire studio, and but actually my whole apartment's bigger than the studio was. But the amount of music that they produced was just amazing. And so if you walked into the bathroom, there was a toilet seat hanging up above there, still hanging up there from the days when Mick Jagger hung it up. And you could go into the vocal booth and see autographs of people like Mick Jagger. And
because now it wasn't only the Rolling Stones that recorded there. Led Zeppelin recorded there.
Bob Seger recorded there.
Aretha Franklin, yeah.
There's a time there were in the 70s. Anybody who was anybody at some point came to Muscle Shoals. I think even Kiss came there at one point and recorded there. I
mean, everybody loves Kiss.
Yeah, they do. But I don't know. I've met some people who don't like them, and my respect. At first, I didn't like them, but then I started listening to their music more, and my respect for them grew. And I'm a bigger fan of Kiss.
As long as Gene Simmons doesn't talk, it's fine.
Well, it depends on what the subject matter is, because there have been times Gene Simmons he's made some really good points about stuff. He sought out when they sponsored an arena football team with Kiss name on it. When there's this big controversy about Tim Tebow, taking a knee and praying.
Well, Gene Simmons' whole thing is anything that doesn't have Kiss on it should have Kiss on it, and I'm thinking, dude, no. Well, just no.
You can get a Kiss casket.
I know, and I would love one.
I mean, that would be like one of those things. Imagine if you walked into an Orthodox or Catholic funeral, and there's this big Kiss casket.
That would rule. I would be like, that guy is cool. I'm going to buy him another casket just so I can take this one for myself.
I'm just imagining in my head like a proper Roman Catholic funeral with all the walking about with like the incense and the big things and the setting the things on fire around a Kiss branded casket.
Right, and in the background they're playing Detroit Rock City.
Oh, so funny story about something that happened at a church one time.
Yeah, that is funny.
Shut up. There was an Orthodox church in Florida, and there's this one priest there who, and I won't mention his name, but he's kind of out there. I mean, this is a guy who at the parish life conferences will wear a Speedo, like poolside, and everybody's just like, "Oh my gosh, what the hell?" And in the Orthodox church, our priests are married, like they have kids, they have wives, and so it's a different perspective than the Catholic Church on that. But this priest, for some reason, during the liturgy, during the part where they call the great entrance, where they're taking the bread and wine from the preparation table and taking it to the holy altar, he always wanted bells playing in the background, so he had this cassette tape that he would have somebody hit play on while this is going on, so you're hearing bells. No other church does this. Well, one night the youth group had something going on, and they swapped out the cassette tape and put in Led Zeppelin. and then when they went to return the tape deck back to where it was supposed to go, they forgot to swap the tapes back out. So when whoever came in and hit play, suddenly you're hearing Stairway to Heaven play as they're doing the great entrance.
I was gonna say I could hear like the great entrance. I could actually hear that would be perfect. Or
Immigrant Song. That would have been
Immigrant Song or Cashmere, you know.
just or Trampled Underfoot, just really any Led Zeppelin song that's not one of their more acoustic ones. That would have been perfect.
Well, I mean, as we all know, STOODOGG's more into the gangsta side of music, so that's where the name comes from. So I was telling a friend of mine about that story like just a few days ago, and they were like, "Yeah, I could see that." And then they messaged me the other day and like, I went and checked out your buddy STOODOGG's channel. It's just like, he doesn't look like he would be listening to like Snoop Dogg and all of that, to be honest with you. I'm like, well,
wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. No, man, it's totally me. Looks can be deceiving.
Exactly. I mean, but I don't picture you driving around in like a 6'4" Impala with like hydraulics on it and everything like that.
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a taller.
God.
Man, dude, I remember when that song came out, and
I think everybody does.
Not my nieces. So there.
I was being facetious, you jackass.
Do I look like the type of guy to listen to Kanye? I am. Oh man, have y'all seen? Speaking of Kanye, did y'all see any of his Saturday Night Live performances where he was like dressed as an avocado for one of his songs?
I think I must have missed that one.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it was look it up on YouTube. It's one of the funniest videos, man. He's just sitting there, or he's standing there, and he's either dressed as the bottle of water or an avocado, but he's just up there dancing and rapping, and he's got this other guy with him dressed the same way. We watched it, and I was like, okay, I will say, on most of the performances on SNL, I just skipped past them, but that was the one I watched. I was like, okay, I have to watch this. And let's see, they did a video like that too. I think they got Spike Jonze, who is a producer of the Jackass series. So that's some trivia for you.
They would have been better off getting Steve-O to rap, to be honest with you.
I like what Jefferson Spatchcock just said in chat there. I'm going for the hippie funeral. I'll be buried with a tree seed or root system wedged into me and buried in a biodegradable casket so that a tree becomes my tombstone. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I might have to steal that idea.
Now I want to be completely like frozen into a permanent hug position, and people just stand me in the corner. So if they ever need a hug from me, they could just come up and hug my dead body.
I can just imagine the look on your face as well. You're like, the Wanderer, Harold from Fallout 3, the tree man.
Yeah, Jefferson says Spike Jonze has made some good movies. Yeah, he has. I've been thoroughly impressed that he's gone from Jackass to, making Oscar contenders.
Well, I mean, let's give credit where credit's due. I mean, the Jackass movies were pretty good.
Dude, I saw that first one in theaters with one of my good friends, Josh Coker, and and this guy's like a brother to me. He's like one of my top 5 best friends, and he goes. So we're sitting there in the theater watching this, just laughing our asses off throughout the whole thing, and I think everybody I was going to Ole Miss at the time. I think everybody at Ole Miss had seen it by the end of that weekend. So, it was just like we were talking about, we're like, man, somebody had to follow the crew around going up to the people they prank going, look, we're with MTV. We'll pay for everything. Just don't sue us.
Well, I've actually been watching Steve-O's channel a little bit recently, and I'm impressed with how far he's come, because he was really, really bad off for a while, but like to go back and like watch him talk about all of that is, it's really impressive to see where he was and where he is now.
Yeah, it truly is. He's because he was like addicted to several bad drugs.
Oh yeah, he was really into ketamine.
Yeah, and combined with
horrible stuff.
What?
I've never taken anything like that myself, but I've seen it destroy other people, and it's not nice.
Oh no, what do you expect? You're dealing with an animal tranquilizer.
Going back to what I was saying earlier about unreliable chefs, I worked with a lady a long time ago who she let the team down. We had been told that she was suffering from, not going to go into details, but basically women's problems, and had to take a little bit of time off from work, which is absolutely understandable. And then the truth came out. It was a beautiful sunny week, and she was in the park across the road taking ketamine, and there was another drug at the time which was sort of just coming out called MCAT, which I guess is sort of like a meth ketamine mix thing. And she was in the park taking that with her mates. She wasn't having any form of women's reproductive problems at all. She was physically perfectly fine. She was just, well, I guess the politest term is fucked off her face.
Well, I was going to say the polite term I think would be strung out, but sure, we'll go with that.
When the boss found that out, her career with us came to an end.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You can't really fault the boss for that, because at some point, you do have your company you have to think of, but you've got morale of the other employees, and then you run the risk of being an enabler yourself because you're not willing to do anything about it. And fortunately, in European countries, y'all have many more safety nets and aids for people who need drug rehab and other assistance. In the U.S., it usually takes someone, either like someone being charitable and paying for it for another person, or you have to seek out, somebody with a sober mind has to seek out the assistance of that person.
We're quite heavily taxed compared to other places, but that tax does go into like the health service. It's called national insurance, essentially, and the way I see national insurance is that, yeah, I pay it when I'm working, but if there's ever a situation that I need healthcare, or I need to approach the job center and be like, I'm out of work and require the unemployment benefit, you can think back and be like, well, this is all of the national insurance coming back to you, sort of thing.
Well, see, that's the one thing that um like over here, when you mention things like healthcare or Medicaid for all or free education or anything to that effect, people automatically are like, "Oh, you're a socialist," and you know, uh, the government shouldn't have to do that. I'm like, okay, well, let's take a look at other civilized and industrialized countries around the globe. Canada, they have universal health care for all their citizens. They have free education. Switzerland, the same thing. I'm sure that their taxes are probably just a little bit more, but they make like I know that, and I do know this for a fact. Like, okay, like STOODOGG, let's take this for example. Like the restaurant you were working at. Like, let's say that I'm a server. Servers don't get tips; they make a living wage, and tips are basically just like extra in a way. So, whereas here, servers only make like $2.13 an hour, and they basically have to live off of their tips that they make.
They rely on the tips as a top up to the wage, yeah.
Right. And so, and people are like, well, the government shouldn't have to do all of this for you. And it's like, well, they're not doing it for you. They're taking care of their citizens the way that they're supposed to.
Well, sorry, Chris, go on.
So that's why all of these idiots out here who are saying like the government shouldn't have to pay for somebody's health care and they shouldn't have to pay for somebody to go to college and all of this. It's like the other countries that do that for their citizens, they're not socialist countries.
Yeah.
They have now STOODOGG, correct me if I'm wrong, but Scotland is a monarch with a parliamentary system. Is that correct?
Yeah, Britain is the weirdest country in the world. The monarchy appoints the democracy to run the country. Yeah, like Parliament.
But they mostly run off of Parliament
by the Queen.
Right, but they mostly run off a parliamentary system, and they have free health care. And Canada is a they have a prime minister, but they're also a parliamentary system, if I'm not mistaken. But these are not socialist countries. These are countries where everyone pays their fair share in taxes, and that's enough for the country to be able to offer things like free healthcare. Say, for example, if I needed I had spinal surgery several years ago. I had 3 discs in my back herniate, and I was in the beginning stages of degenerative disc disease. And if I lived in a country where they offered universal health care or Medicare for all, I wouldn't have had to have paid a dime out of pocket because I've been paying into the healthcare system through my taxes.
Mm-hmm.
But all of these people who scream, well, you're a socialist if you want free healthcare and free education. No, I'm not. I'm actually telling you what the government should be doing for its people to begin with. And the simple fact that you want to look at me and tell me that I'm a socialist just shows how unintelligent you are, because you don't quite understand how that system of government works. And it's clear that you only get all of your information from the GOP and the propaganda machine that is Fox News, because they're going to be the main ones that are going to be like, oh, well, we don't need universal health care, and not everybody deserves a college education and all of this other kind of shit. And it's a load of crap, in my opinion. Like any other civilized country on the planet that offers free health care, free education, takes care of its citizens the way that the government is supposed to do because the people are paying for it, you know, they're not, they're socialism. While they may have a socialist party, they may have a communist party, but there's still a country that knows how to take care of its citizens. That's the entire point.
Well, and the other thing too is when I've gotten into these conversations with people who are opposed to universal health care, and they look at something like democratic socialism, but yet those same people are also all for giving big business all of the breaks. And I'm like, okay, so, well, you're a socialist too. You're just a corporate socialist. You're for all the benefits and all the tax breaks going towards these large corporations.
Right, and their argument is always like, well, if these people are working hard for this money, then they deserve to keep most of it. Well, if you really think about it, okay, let's take this for example, and STOODOGG, I'm going to use you as an example. Let's say you had Gordon Ramsay style money, right? Like you owned, like, let's say 12 restaurants, like all over the world, and you're worth, like, I don't know what it would translate into your currency, but we'll use the dollar for my own lack of
Sure.
currency exchange. Let's say you own 12 restaurants all over the world, and you're worth, like, you know, $10.8 million and all this other kind of stuff. Okay, well, in a single year, let's say you make, one of you throw a figure at me. Let's say you make,
I don't know.
well, yeah, you've been drinking and I've been drinking a little bit, so yeah. Okay, let's say
let's say $500,000.
Okay, so let's say
Random
you
figure.
let's say you make 500. Let's say you make 500,000 a year. Okay, 250,000 of that goes back into the government. I think that's more than fair.
Yeah, in the UK, if you make more than 140,000, you get taxed 40% on anything above that. So your tax percentage changes depending on how much you make. So
Right.
if you're making anything less than 12,000, you don't get taxed. But you always pay national insurance.
Right.
That's your health care and your unemployment care, basically. So if I make more than 12,000 in the next year, I only get taxed after that 12, but I still always pay the national insurance, which is, I'm not sure how it's based. I think that's also, it's a percentage of your paycheck. But after the 12, it's a 20% tax up until 30,000, to which it goes up to a 30% tax. And then when you get to the 150,000 mark, it turns into a 40% tax.
So is that kind of like the way the American income tax system works, where it's like when you look, they're based on brackets. So like if you make, I'm just throwing these numbers out here. So if you make like below 100,000, you might be taxed at 15%. But if you make above 100,000, or you get taxed at 30%. So that what would happen is at the first 100,000 you make, you're taxed at the 15% level. But then the second 100,000, so if you get paid 200,000 a year, that second 200,000 is taxed at the 30%.
Yeah, so it's your first is taxed at the lower rate, then your second is taxed at the higher rate. It doesn't sort of go back and tax all of it at the higher rate.
Yeah.
It's in brackets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now there is a bracket here in our flawed taxation system to where if you make, Justin, what is it? If you make less than, what is it? Less than what, 10K a year or something, or 12K a year or something to that effect, you don't have to file income tax?
I don't know. I can't say that specific number, but that sounds about right. I know there is that, they do have that threshold.
But see, that's one thing that, like,
well, I think you still have to file, but you're not going to be charged anything.
Right.
You're going to get like more than enough back.
Right. But see, now the other thing is, now I don't know, do they offer like clean energy in Scotland?
Yeah, so Scotland at the moment, there's a lot of hydroelectric and a lot of wind power.
Oh, you haven't
That was something that
you haven't gotten cancer from the wind turbines yet?
No, that was something that Donald Trump was very unhappy about, because they built a wind farm out in the North Sea just across from his golf course.
Well, so it's really interesting with I don't know if this program still exists, but I know there was a program at one point that if you put solar panels on your roof, you would you could actually knock off. I mean, you would still stay plugged into the main power grid, but you would actually get money back for not being as much of a burden on the grid. And if you were generating enough, you could contribute and then get paid from the power company for contributing to them. And
I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Don't worry, I'm not going to fall asleep there.
Don't lock yourself in either.
So Chris, it's really interesting. You were talking about universal health care.
Well, hang on before you continue, and just real quick while STOODOGG is gone, you guys go ahead and also I've been keeping up with my channel lately, and I want to thank everybody who has subscribed and liked the videos and everything like that. I really, really appreciate all the support. It means a lot, and all of the new subscribers that are coming from all of these other communities and everything. Thank you guys so much for showing this new YouTuber the support that you have. If you like the stream, go ahead, give it a thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, the notification bell for me. If you know someone else who would enjoy my content, feel free to send them a link to my channel and have them go ahead and give me a subscription and everything. I do this not only because I enjoy it, but I do it for you guys, and I try to put content out that's not only informative to a certain extent, but also entertaining. And I know earlier, we started talking about the whole virus situation, but it's nice that we can also branch into other topics, and we can laugh, and we can have some good times, and we can share embarrassing stories and everything like that. So definitely, send this around to anybody who would be interested in my content. If you have some ideas for guests or shows or anything like that I can try to look into and work out in the future, if you're a member of my Discord, send me a message on Discord or put it in the comment section below, and I'll be glad to do all I can to try to make that happen. I'm still relatively new to all of this, and I'm trying to branch out and getting more people on. Justin is actually helping me set up a show, hopefully by next Saturday, where we'll be discussing Greek and traditional Orthodox Christianity. I'm also going to be having one of my Lodge brothers come on here within the next couple of weeks. to discuss esoteric philosophy, the occult, also a book that he has published, which we'll go into that more when he comes on and everything. But once again, guys, I just want to thank you so much for all the support that you've shown me while I've been doing this. And perfect timing, STOODOGG didn't get lost and didn't get locked in the bathroom.
You didn't hear me howling.
If we had heard you howl, then we would have known that you were shaking it more than twice. So, been like, look, we don't need to hear you howl. We get it. So, he's reaching for the other beer. He's reaching for the other beer. And here
I
comes
did grab
the
another
turkey.
bottle when I was down there, so I think I might have that one first. We'll go with a classic bottle of Beck's.
Oh man! Oh, now that one's good. Now I do like a good cold Beck's every once in a while. Justin, what were you saying when I had mentioned universal healthcare?
Yeah, one of the things that there was a study done, and Bernie Sanders parading Medicare for all would have, and in that is included Medicaid. That would have actually reduced our overall bill as a nation by about, I think it was like $400 to $600 billion.
Are you talking about the national debt?
No, not the national debt. What we pay collectively on medical health care.
All right.
Because,
right.
One of the reasons why when you look at the costs, there is a lot of I'm not going to say a lot on it, but there's a lot of wiggle room you have with the cost and
wiggable,
yeah,
wiggable.
Wiggle room that you have within the cost, because some people will go in, they want to pay cash, and so they can knock some of the cost off. Others, it's like the insurance will say, no, we're not going to pay this. This is what we're going to pay.
Right. Insurance companies are also the other big problem, because they want to throw like so many stipulations onto what they'll cover and what they won't cover. And that the whole pre-existing condition debacle, which is always a huge battle. It's always a huge battle because, okay, let's take this for example. Okay, so Justin, let's just say like you suffer from asthma and of course you take breathing treatments and you
I actually go with allergies because where you need an EpiPen. That's the one to go with because
asthma would be considered a pre-existing condition too, because I mean you can even suffer from asthma at birth.
Yeah.
So let's say you suffer from asthma and you require breathing treatments from the time you're 6 years old, and you have to take a regular regimen of albuterol, but you go through maybe maybe 2 inhalers a week, maybe, depending on how the severity. Or let's just say an inhaler a week. Some of these insurance companies, which the United States federal government are consistently backing, are saying, okay, well, we're not going to cover your pre-existing condition because it's just them saying they just don't feel like it.
Well, and that was one of the good things that came about with Obamacare, is that he said you cannot now discriminate for pre-existing conditions.
Right, and Obamacare was flawed. I'm not going to say that it wasn't. It obviously was.
But the side effect though was that everybody's premiums went up, and
there was also the $300 penalty on your taxes if you didn't have insurance.
Yeah, well, in a lot of cases, it was much more than $300. But for me, looking at some of the when you look at some of the benefits that they've had with the universal health care in other countries, it's not like all these private companies go out of business. because what will happen is it'll work the same way that it works for Medicare and Medicaid. You can choose your provider. You can choose the doctors. You can choose which insurance company you go through. The point is, instead of us having to pay a chunk out of our own pockets, that money is deducted from our taxes. We get a baseline, and then if you want to pay for better care, you can. But everybody should get this baseline care. And when you look at, I was talking to a friend about it. I was like, people complain that a lot of European countries take out half of your taxes or more to cover the same things that our country, or to cover the things like universal health care, free education. But what they don't realize is that we're easily paying half of our paycheck when you combine taxes with all the other medical stuff that we have to pay out of our own pocket. You could easily say that, it doesn't really matter as much, when the money is taken out, whether it's taken out by a tax or whether it's taken out by you agreeing to pay a certain amount a month to a health insurance company. You're basically going to lose that money regardless.
Right.
And when it comes to education, the state and federal governments used to actually subsidize education in this country. When Reagan came on board, and I used to be a huge Reagan fan, but as I've gotten older, I've seen where a lot of Reagan made a lot of errors.
Well, yeah, trickle down economics was one of them.
Yeah, and Mark Cuban actually said that's bullcrap. Now, what he has actually said is it's not trickle down economics. That system doesn't work. It's trickle up economics, meaning the people at the bottom are the ones working the hardest to. If y'all hear that, that's my buzzer. The clothes are done, but I'm going to leave them there. Golly, this thing is a really loud buzzer. But anyway, Mark.
No, go take care of your clothes for a minute.
No, they're dry. They're dry. I'm going to let them sit there for a while. But Mark Cuban was saying it's trickle up economics, meaning the money goes up from the bottom up to the top. So the higher you go up the food chain in a lot of these corporations, you're getting all the benefits from all the people working their asses off, and they're seeing very little of the profits. Before Reagan, the tax on the top tax bracket was 90%. And believe it or not, a Republican, Dwight D. Eisenhower, advocated for that tax because what his justification was, and it makes a lot of sense, he said that forced companies to do everything they could to lower their tax burden. So they would invest in higher wages for their employees. They invested in pensions. They invested in R&D. They invested in education.
Right. Well, we also have to remember that's at a time when Republicans were a lot smarter than they are now.
Yes. And really the Republican Party has devolved into, I wouldn't even say libertarianism. It's more libertine, being like, I'll do what I want, but don't you dare do anything to offend me. Because you look at a lot of the people protesting and getting all butthurt over people wearing masks. If they see you out in public wearing a mask, they're going to be the first ones to ridicule you. But it's just kind of like, well, if you're truly libertarian, me wearing a mask should not offend you. But why are you trying to make me not wear a mask? I mean, I've got friends who are cancer survivors and they're already in a high-risk condition, so they are wearing their masks wherever they go. And yet they're getting harassed by people who refuse to wear their masks.
Right.
But yet these same people are the ones who say, hands off my liberty. And you know me well enough, Chris, to know that I am all for personal liberty. I am, in fact, when people go, how pro-gun are you? I'm like, if I could afford a battleship, I should be able to go buy the battleship and all the ammunition, like I am not really for a lot of restrictions on guns. But when it comes to all this other stuff, it's like, you look at my politics, I'm pretty much more aligned with the Democrats on a lot of things. And, the whole point of having those higher taxes is it forced companies to reinvest. And the government was basically saying, if you're not going to take your excess profits and reinvest into your employees, then we're going to tax you to take care of them. But then Reagan came along and dropped that tax rate, and then everybody was like, oh my gosh, the stock market's doing well. But meanwhile, by other measures of the economy stagnated. Wages stagnated, stopped growing. Everybody was focused on how to make the shareholders happy than they were how to make their employees happy. And then pensions started going away. They started forcing, like, you almost don't find a pension anymore unless it's usually government jobs.
Or state jobs.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, and just real quick,
All
Stu
401ks.
Dog, you look bored.
No, not at all.
It's that beer kicking in.
But yeah, when you look at what we're dealing with here, and you know, they've got a whole swath of people convinced that tax cuts for the rich trickle down,
Yeah.
and that's never been the case. We have got 40 years almost 40 years since that was implemented to see that it doesn't work. And what's happened is we've seen the wage gap and the wealth gap increase, where you see CEO pay is now what 300%.
The rich get richer and the poor get poorer.
Yeah, it was like something I saw. CEO salaries now are like 30 times what their lowest paid worker gets. But yet they still want to argue the whole point of, well, we got to keep these people, keep them low employed because we got to make the stockholders happy. But the CEO of Costco at one point was like, he only made $500,000 a year. Granted, he was making other money off of stocks and options, but the board wanted him to increase his salary to millions of dollars to be competitive with other CEOs, and he refused. He said, if that's money, he goes, that's more money that I take in that I cannot help my other employees. And he said, these are the ones who are working. We have to take care of them. And
Right.
that just flew in the face of everything that these guys are telling him and what they all understood. And they still disagreed with him. But it's kind of like, at what point, how much is enough? You know, if your company's raking in billions of dollars in profit, and you're taking if you're taking like a $2 million salary, and then you're like, well, I need to kick it up to $25 million. Is that really the best way to spend your money? And what I mean by profit, for people who don't know, is that profit is what happens when you take your total revenue minus your expenditures.
Right. I mean, it's like Walmart. STOODOGG, do you have Walmart where you live?
Yes, we do, but it goes under a different name, but it's the same company. Our branch of Walmart is called Asda, and they are literally almost everywhere.
Now
there are at least 3 Asdas in my town.
Wow. How big is the town you live in?
Let's see. I think it's like the 4th or the 5th biggest town in the Scotland. So the biggest town in Scotland is Glasgow, followed up by Edinburgh, followed up by Aberdeen, and then there's a few more, and then there's mine.
And see, like, and I don't know if. Okay, to kind of now, I don't know if either one of you have seen this. There's a great documentary out called "The High Cost of Low Price," and Walmart is a company that has we'll just say a multi-billion-dollar a year profit margin, and
no, dude. It's much higher. Like their profits are like in the billions.
That's what I said. I said
okay, billions. I thought you said millions. Sorry.
No, I said billion, multi-billion. They're a
I work for the competitor to Asda.
Good. As Public Enemy said, fight the power, man. But they're a multi-billion-dollar a year company, and yet they don't, like, if any, go to any Walmart in the country or any of their subsidiaries, and I guarantee you that any of the employees that aren't managers or supervisors, they get less than 40 hours a week. They don't give regular raises. They don't do profit sharing. They don't do any of this. And then the people who are running all of this are drawing bonuses probably within the 7, maybe 8-figure range every year. They don't want to insure their employees properly. But yet, when it comes to their employees, they don't want to take care of them, and that's why I honestly, if I can avoid shopping at Walmart, I do it. But the place that I was actually going to shop at, which was Dollar General, I don't know if those exist over there or not. But if you ever come to America, especially in the southern part of the country, STOODOGG, you will see a Dollar General probably sitting out in the middle of an empty field somewhere. I mean, these are stores that literally just pop up overnight in the most random of places. And little did I realize, Walmart owns Dollar General. So as hard
Right.
as hard as I was trying to avoid giving Walmart my money, in turn I was still giving them my money, which pissed me off to no end. And like the city that Justin and I are from back in Mississippi, they now have 2 Walmart supercenters and a Walmart grocery store.
Yeah, and this is a small town that has a sleeping population of about 40,000 and a working population of close to about 120,000 working people.
Yeah.
And like, so I just sent y'all a link to an article that said, so the gross profit for Walmart in their first quarter ending April 30th was $596 billion. And so they've actually have made money during the pandemic. They're
that. Where do you think everybody was buying up all the toilet paper from?
Yeah, they're
let's just go ahead and say it. Walmart was making money off the shit paper business.
Yeah, and what they've done is, so what they do is they are considered by many to be the largest recipient of welfare subsidies in this country, because what they do is they pay their employees abysmally low wages, and then that forces them to have to actually apply for government assistance. I've got an aunt who used to work for Walmart, and when she worked for them when Sam Walton was still alive, and their employees were taken care of. I mean, it was like you started working for them, you got a decent livable wage. You also got stock options, and she was able to retire early from her Walmart job and live off the stock that she was receiving. And that doesn't exist anymore for Walmart employees.
Oh no! I mean, ever since Sam Walton died, that company, ever since that man died and his 4 children took over the company, they basically divided America into 4 sections, and each one of them makes like billions of dollars a year doing nothing but just having that name attached to it.
Yeah.
But that's
called rent seeking.
Huh?
That's called rent seek. Those are called rent seekers, meaning they don't do anything to contribute to society, but they collect money off of it.
Right.
And that's where you look at a lot of the heirs and heiresses.
Well, see, now, I mean, now I don't know exactly how good STOODOGG's cooking is. I'm assuming it's got to be awesome.
That's good enough. I'm not dead yet. Never made myself ill before.
It's like anybody that I've ever made food for is still alive, you know. Um, but you know, it's like I was saying earlier. You know, it's like I'm sure if he owned a business and he was doing pretty well, I mean, he would want to take care of the people that work for him because, you know, you gotta. I mean, you gotta the people that are washing your dishes and cooking and waiting on your get customers and all of this. They're the reason you're in business. They're the reason that you have the money that you have. So you need to take care of these people. You know what I mean?
I'd make sure they were looked after, and as well as that, I'd be in there with them.
Exactly. Exactly. Like, I mean, he would probably be in there having a Gordon Ramsay moment, telling people that food's cold and it's raw, and throwing plates around, and you know, telling people to fuck off, and all while he has
No,
a bed.
I would not. I would not rule my kingdom as a tyrant. I'd, if anything, I'd make sure that everything was running smoothly. Don't want to walk in and see people, you know, dropping things they're carrying because they're worried that I'm there. I would rather that people saw me walk in and just go, "Thank God you're here." Help.
Right, help.
Okay.
Right?
Tell me where you need me, but you're the boss. No, at the moment the customer's the boss. Tell me where you need me.
Like, you need me on the line? Okay. If anything happens, I'll be in the back. Or you need me seating people? Okay, no problem. Or do you need me tending bar? That's probably not a good idea, but sure, I'll do it anyway. There'd be no more. There wouldn't be any more Becks in the place because he'd be drinking them all. So,
No, like I say, the way I see it is when it comes to restaurants, the boss is not the boss. The customers are the boss.
well,
If you can't please them, then you're
right
doing it wrong.
now, but wouldn't you guys also agree with me that the customer is not always right?
The customer is not always right, but they need to think that they're always right.
That there's a quote from Aleister Crowley. He said the customer is not always right, but it usually doesn't do any good to tell them so.
Yep.
And people would, you know, when I worked in a call center, the last call center I worked in, people would tell me that all the time and be like, don't you know that the customer is always right? And, you know, 5 times out of 10, I'd have to tell, they'd be like, don't you know the customer's always right? Well, in this case, sorry, but you're not. And, you know, I think that a lot of people suffer under that delusion that, you know, the customer is always right. Well, if the person that's beneath the person in charge is not going to give me what I want, then the person in charge will give me what I want. And that's not necessarily so either. You know, I always found it just a little small joy to have to tell people that my supervisor is going to tell you the same thing. Which, you being new to the call center game, have you been yelled? How often have you been yelled at since you started?
I've never been on the receiving end of a really bad caustic yelling. I've had to settle down a couple of people who were crying because. Wow. So basically, to describe the job that I do, so at the moment we're not able to reschedule or rearrange deliveries. So if someone's not at home and misses a delivery, they basically need to just create another delivery. But at the moment, because of how busy the service is, delivery slots are rare and hard to come by. So I have had people who have missed their delivery because they've been out. Like, dude, stay at home. Get your delivery.
Right.
But no,
Now,
it's
do
like
these
I can't reschedule. Sorry, I just have to refund. It's like, but I'm not going to have food for like another until I can get a slot, and just having to try and calm people down from that, like
well
being
now
really upset and try to give them answers, and sometimes it's not the answers they want to hear, but
does this
not reply
company
to people, you know.
do they only offer delivery, or do they give the people like an option to be able to come pick it up themselves? Like you can place the order online and like just drive up in your car and like they'll put it in your car for you and all
Yep.
this.
So we term that as a click and collect, but a lot of people who are using the service at the moment are essentially, they're either not able medically to leave their homes, or they don't want to leave their homes because they're so concerned about the virus.
Right.
Also, a lot of people that I deal with are they've received letters from their doctors basically saying, "Don't leave the house because you're vulnerable to COVID infections," as well as other things. Like a lot of people that I've spoken to are essentially on like an immunosuppressant drug that prevents them from being able to go out to get their shopping done, to collect things.
Well, you know, I think that, and I'm like it's like I was talking about my mom earlier. Like my mom has gotten to where now she basically has to place her grocery order online
Mhm.
and she'll go and pick them up. Like they'll bring them, like basically what it is, she'll place the order online, go to, I don't know if it's like Walmart or if it's another place or whatever. I'm pretty sure it's got to be Walmart. Um, but like you pull up, you actually have to call them now and they'll bring the order,
Right.
like, and they'll bring the order out to your car because a they give you a confirmation number or an order number or something, and then you have to, when you pull up and call in, you give them that number and they bring your order out to you. Which the funny thing about, something funny happened to her not too long ago. She ended up with three and a half dozen eggs somehow, and I'm like, well, or it was three and a half or two and a half somehow. I'm not really even sure. And I said, well, how did that happen? And she said, I think I just hit the button too many times when I was ordering eggs. So she ended up with like an extra dozen and a half eggs or something like that. But why is it because of the pandemic that the delivery schedules are so scarce, or is it just because they don't have enough people to actually do that?
So, from what I understand, from what we were told, our training was basically like a crash course, but the rate of the service for home deliveries basically doubled overnight, and the corporation was not expecting it. They didn't have the staff in place on the front lines and the call centers. They didn't have the vans. They didn't have the staff. So because of this, basically every every other business in the UK like tanked. You know, chefs, barmen, all out of work. Uh,
Well, now
also,
they weren't doing like call in orders for restaurants and stuff for people to be able to come like pick up orders instead of dining in.
There are a few places that are still open for stuff like that, but also the UK is literally like pub central.
Yeah.
In Aberdeen, there's a street called Belmont Street, and that had how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least 20 pubs, just all like in one sort of H-shaped street. Um, they're all closed, temporarily closed until they can reopen again. So
One thing I will
What-
say about the UK is the names that you guys have for your pubs are awesome.
the Prince of Wales bar.
No, I saw
Um,
there was one. I was watching something the other day, and there was one. I think it's in London. It's called the Old Man and Scythe, and I'm like, that is like one of the most kick-ass names for a bar that I have ever heard. I would be a regular there.
it's a very Grim Reaper sounding name to it.
But
Yeah. So the company, they're basically taking on staff everywhere, and there are so many like out of work hospitality employees who are basically just walking into stores with well, you guys call them resumes, but we call them CVs. So they're just walking in with a CV and just handing it over, and the boss of the store is just going, wait, come back. When can you start?
now,
But for me, with the call center, it was basically, it was 2 phone calls. I spoke to someone who said, yeah, so call center is looking for staff. This is what to expect. This is the interview process. So just deal with them in that fashion. It's like, yeah, that's fine. Okay. To which the next day, the guy phoned me, and it was pretty much, yeah, so Monday, just go in. Like, I was expecting an interview. No, it's fine. Monday, just go in. 3:15, just be there. Do I need any documentation? Nah, just show up. We'll sort it out later. About a week later, I got an email saying, "Oh, can you send me an email back with your So we call it a national insurance number. It's like it's just proof that I'm allowed to work in the UK. And I was like, yes, to confirm this is my national insurance number. There you go.
So you guys go by a national insurance number and not a social security number, or would they be the equivalent of the same thing?
I think the terms are interchangeable.
Okay.
That probably means the same thing, yeah.
You know, I mean, I want places to open back up too, to a certain extent. You know, but I think I think that just everything is so chaotic over here about reopening, and you know, there are places that are reopening everything all at one time with no regulations in place. Like the hotel where I work at, like right now, our lobby is completely locked down. We have an overnight window that the overnight shift works out of, and that's how we have to check people in right now. And normally we do free coffee for our guests. We can't even do that right now. And it's like I was saying earlier, our pool is closed down until further notice because of this whole situation.
Almost sounds like lyrics to King of the Road. No pool, no cigarettes.
Justin, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. See, like this right here. This is why I said something to Justin, and I had mentioned it to you. This is why the three of us should start a little podcast together. you know, but call it the two Southerners and the Scotsman.
Sounds
But
like a good name for a pub.
hey, yeah, definitely. I'd
Scottish Heart of Dixie.
do what?
It's the Scottish Heart of Dixie.
You're right. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think STOODOGG is in the southern part of Scotland, so I guess it would work out well for all of us. Maybe.
Yeah,
No, you're on the East Coast.
I'm more in the middle.
Well, we can forgive you for that. So, but
about 60 miles north from Edinburgh.
you know, it's like people are just. I saw a sign. I saw a picture of two people at one of these stupid anti-lockdown protests that said, "My freedom is not worth your safety," and I was absolutely floored.
Yeah.
By that, and I'm like, okay, first of all, you idiots are trying to say that this is tyranny, which, sorry, but it's not. This
quarantines are not tyranny. Quarantines are actually allowed in the state constitutions.
I know that, and see, that's one thing that these idiots are failing to realize. Like the morons in Michigan who were storming the state capitol building and they're bringing guns to this, and I'm like, and they're trying to turn it into like a Second Amendment.
There is that thing under the Second Amendment that says we are allowed to have guns and we can create a militia and overthrow the government if we feel that we need to.
Yeah, and but there's also too some common sense that gun owners need to implement, because when you look at it, I'm going, as much as I am like, everybody have your guns. If you want to have a Barrett 50 cal rifle, go ahead, buy it. If you want to drop the 10 grand on that type of weaponry, it's your money, your choice. Go ahead and do it. But as a gun owner, you have to exercise common sense.
Absolutely.
And I would never go to a protest with a gun visible. I wouldn't even go out in public with a gun visible. I wouldn't open carry. I would always conceal carry. Because
I wouldn't even do that.
Well, I'm actually about to get my concealed carry permit. Because the stuff with the stuff that's happened in my family, it's for me more of a protective thing.
Well, right. But what I'm saying is, these people that are going out to these anti-lockdown protests and they're waving signs that say, the lockdown is tyranny. And I saw one, I don't remember what state it was in, but somebody had made a sign that had like Heil, the governor's name, and there was a swastika in the middle of it. And I'm thinking, are you fucking kidding me right now? I mean, this is not a dictatorship. This is for your own protection. Well, so what? You can't go out and get a haircut at the barber shop. If you know somebody, like here's a good example that I made to somebody. Okay, it's like you were talking about women who go to the beauty shops, right? Okay, if a woman does not know, a woman has to know at least maybe 2 or 3 people that know how to cut or dye hair. If they can't come to your house and do it for you, then you have no right to complain. It's just as easy for you to be able to pick up your cell phone, text them, or call them and be like, hey, could you come over to my house and cut and dye my hair for me? Sure. There's nothing that's saying that they can't do that.
Well, and the one thing that I thought where the carrying the guns out in public in mass like that was appropriate was in Virginia, where they had the Second Amendment protests, because Virginia was about to pass a law that would that was going to severely restrict gun ownership, and all the guns that they had on their ban list would then be retroactively outlawed. So,
Well, see, I don't believe that a private citizen should own military grade weapons.
none of those are military grade weapons. When you look at something like an AR-15,
That's a military grade
no,
weapon.
it is not. There is not a single military that uses an AR-15.
It's technically
I
an
was
assault
thinking
rifle.
it was a sporting rifle, is what
Yes.
I thought.
Yes, it is. It's semi-automatic. You pull the trigger once, and you have to pull the trigger again to get it to fire. Now, when they had the bump stocks, the bump stock ban is in compliance with the 1986 law that did ban assault weapons. An assault weapon has to be a full auto weapon. It's sustained fire.
Okay, well, what about?
Wait, let me finish. An AR-15 functions the same way that many hunting rifles functions. It functions the same way that a pistol functions, and it shoots the same rounds that many other hunting rifles use, and they are all semi-auto.
Right, but what about the ability to go into, say, like a pawn shop and buy like a combat shotgun?
That you can use that for home self-defense. It's still semi-auto. Like, dude, I can go down the street, and that's one of the weapons I'm going to buy. Actually, is a home defense shotgun. So if someone,
I'm talking about a combat shotgun that basically shoots like 3 shells at one time.
I don't know if that's legal for you to do that.
I've seen.
Because shoot 3 shells at one time, it would have to.
Well, it had 3 barrels on it. I'm not exactly sure how they work.
But that's not illegal. That you can still do that. I mean, double barrels function that way.
Right. Well, I mean, you don't really see double barrels anymore that much.
The idea behind a weapon like that is for it's essentially hunting. The game that you're hunting may be small and fast moving, so when you fire your weapon and it shoots the pellets in a wide pattern, the idea is that you've startled the rabbit and it's running away, so it should be hit by at least one of the bits of shot that fire from the gun. It's not a thing that's designed for shooting at people. It's something designed for taking out birds or like ground running animals.
Well, my whole thing with it is, like, you can have guns. I'm not saying that you can't. But I think that I really like using an AR-15 to go hunting deer is a little excessive in my opinion. When I was a kid, when I was growing up.
Why is it excessive?
Do what?
Why is it excessive?
Well, because to me, it's an assault rifle.
Well, it's not.
It's listed as a semi-automatic assault rifle.
It is not an assault rifle. AR does not stand for assault rifle. It stands for Armalite, which is the company that originally designed the AR weaponry.
But my point is, like, when I was a kid and even into my teenage years, and my dad and my older brother were the ones that liked to hunt. Like, my dad would use a shotgun, like just like a regular single shot pump shotgun. Or my brother, my brother used to use 30-06 if he was going to. I mean, my brother was mostly into bow hunting, but if he was going to be deer hunting and he was using a gun, most of the time I would usually see him have like a 30-06 with him.
Yeah.
And
using bolt action.
Huh?
He's probably using a bolt action too.
Yeah, actually, because I remember my dad and my brother took. Now, I mean, I like to go shooting. Like, I'll go shooting, but like hunting's not really my thing. But my dad and my brother took me out shooting one day, and my brother put that 30-06 high-powered rifle in my hand, and my dad handed me a box of shells, and they were throwing like a bunch of empty cans out into this little creek thing where we were, and my dad just looked at me and he was like, "Sink them." I'm like, okay.
Cans.
And I mean, and that was fun, you know. I'm hanging out with my dad and my brother, and you know, we're just shooting guns, you know. I mean, it's kind of what you do in the South in a way. But I'm just always the older I get, I guess the more I'm just really more skeptical of what they classify as, you know, what they classify as a weapon that's safe to keep in your home versus like military grade. Like I said, I don't think that any private citizen should be able to own military grade weapons whatsoever.
Why not?
Okay. Well, why does a private citizen need to own a military grade weapon?
Well, I mean, the whole purpose of the Second Amendment was to be able, for the citizenry to be able to rise up against should a tyrannical government arise. And there are actual cases of that happening. The most recent one that we had, there was one that recently happened. I can't remember all the details of it, but one that I did read up on occurred right after World War II in Antioch, Tennessee. Not Antioch. I can't remember. It's one of the A cities in Tennessee, and the people, the sheriff and the police in that area were highly corrupt, and they were just doing all sorts of crooked stuff. And so what the citizens did is they armed themselves and basically fought against the corrupt police department and overthrew the police department, ran them all out, and replaced them. And then there have been other incidences where you've got such types of abuses of power, and that's why it was allowed to happen. Now, granted, I mean, considering the federal government has access to nuclear weapons, I mean, you know, that's something I think we can all reasonably say we don't want a citizen having access to as a nuke.
Well, right. But I mean, I don't think that, you know, I mean, a citizen shouldn't, like a private citizen shouldn't have access to things like hand grenades or.
Have you ever used a hand grenade? They're pretty fun.
Well, I'm sure that they are very fun. And I mean, in the right setting, yeah, I would totally love to lob a grenade at something and watch it blow up. I mean, it's cool to just drink beer and blow shit up. But, you know, I mean, if a private citizen is going to have access to something like a hand grenade, that's almost like saying that they have the ability to own something like C3 or C4. You know, they don't need to have things. I mean, that's not necessary.
Well, I could see a point with like private military contractors and private contract companies.
I'm talking about private citizens.
Yeah, but that still comes down to private ownership as well. And one of the
I guess you'd have to put in a rule about private usage.
Yeah.
How much of something do you need, and then how much uranium do you need as a private citizen if you wanted to build your own nuclear weapon?
Right. Gamey first said to put one in the toilet.
But Chris, sorry. So one thing.
Cherry bomb.
One thing I was going to point out too is AR-15s a lot of times are also used if you go hunting for wild hogs. And if you've never seen a video of a wild hog hunt, I highly suggest you look it up, because those beasts, people don't realize it, but like the wild boars, wild hogs, they are fast. And so and they'll change direction quickly. So you will miss them a lot of times, and that's why you do need something with a 15 round, 20 round, 30 round magazine. AR-10s, you get a 10 round magazine, and it helps when you're targeting them. And then also if you're, a lot of people get upset with this, but if you're a farmer and you've got coyotes on your property, you want something like an AR-15. And the
That's
other,
something that I was going to address earlier when I was speaking about shooting rabbits or birds. It's pest control weaponry.
yeah, and you also too get into a scenario as well where you get people such as when people go to the shooting range, a lot of times they have a hard time aiming and with a handgun and hitting the target, or they have perfect aim with it, but then you put them in a high stress situation, and suddenly your fine motor skills that require you to use a pistol go out the window, but your gross motor skills that cause you to swing a sword, like the muscles in your shoulder and your arms, get much more finely attuned, and then you're able to take better aim with something like a shotgun or an AR-15. And you can get certain rounds like hollow points, and the benefit of a hollow point is not necessarily in the stopping power, because yes, they do have a lot of stopping power, but the best thing about a hollow point is if it hits a wall, the moment it impacts, it expands and it's going to stay lodged in that wall. Or if you actually hit something or someone with it, because you have to for self-defense, it'll hit that person or your target and expand and plug that hole and keep it from going out.
Like mushroom and just stop.
Yeah, exactly. So there are benefits to it, and my view is if someone doesn't want to buy an AR-15, they shouldn't have to. They don't need to if they don't want to. But when you look at the gun crime statistics, AR-15s and everything else that's labeled as an assault weapon by the public but doesn't meet the legal definition of an assault weapon factors so little into actual crime statistics that if you took them out, or it doesn't matter if you put them in or took them out, that is how few cases they're actually used in those statistics. And that's both with crime that's prevented in self-defense. And that's another problem with gun crime statistics is if someone breaks into your home and you shoot them, that is considered part of the gun crime statistic. Another part of the gun crime statistic is if a cop justifiably shoots someone, that number is thrown in. About 62% of all the 32,000 gun deaths we have in this country are suicides. And when you start breaking down the numbers, the actual over half of all the crime that is truly crime, that actually meets all the criteria, and this is factoring out suicides, justifiable homicides by both police and citizens, and look at it being just actual crime. The overwhelming majority of that crime is gang related. So then and with that issue, those guns are obtained illegally, either through smuggling or they have been stolen, and even if they're stolen, they're reported. But the biggest issue to stopping gang violence is a socioeconomic issue. Most of those people are in the gangs, and the gangs form in areas where you have high poverty and high desperation, and people see no other way out. If we were to actually do something about that, we would see the gun crime rates drop. If we were to actually do things more for mental health, help people have easier access to therapy, take the stigma off of people going to therapy and seeking help, then we would see that number come down. But the big problem is getting the number down, because the actual causes is much harder and takes much more effort than it does to just blame the guns. Blaming the guns makes it an easy political talking point, but blaming it on the root causes and trying to do something about it takes way more effort and doesn't put you in front of the cameras quite like railing against guns do.
it goes into things like, and this might sound a little bit stereotypical, but a little girl who has been abused by her dad, and then one day manages to reach the top shelf where he keeps his gun, and then following that, she was never abused by him again because he was put in a grave.
Yeah, and there have been cases in this country where you've got, where the like that, where the woman has been abused, she got a gun and used it against her abuser, even if he was, and depending on the state you're in, that's considered a justifiable homicide, and the woman's allowed to walk. In Tennessee right now, there is a case involving a young woman by the name of Sanctorum Brown, and she was about 16, kidnapped, put into human trafficking, and she wound up killing her pimp. And by most cases, you look at the abuse and you hear the stories of the abuse she went through, and most people with a heart look at that and go, this woman doesn't deserve prison. She deserves a medal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, she killed this guy. I think she shot him. But
so I mean, are they looking at calling that justifiable homicide?
Sorry about the noise. There's a whole ton of dogs barking outside.
Oh, I can't hear them. Can you hear them, Kurt? Or Widow's son?
No. I was finna say that's the dogs telling STOODOGG to come out and party with them. like in that old Snoop Dogg video where they were all like morphing into dogs and everything, you know.
Well, in the Sanctorum Brown case,
where I stay, there's foxes like come into the area, and the dogs detect the foxes that are out in the street, and it just sparks them off with the barking.
They're just like, ooh, I smell food.
Sorry, Justin, I interrupted you there.
No worries. In the Sanctorum Brown case, what they're doing is there has been a lot of movement to try to get her exonerated, and not just get her out of prison, but totally get that crime expunged from her record, and you get her compensated for the time she's in prison, get her counseling and everything that she needs. Because, I mean, the fact that she was human trafficked and raped and then went to prison for killing, and that was her only way out. You know, you can't get away from those guys unless you take drastic action like that. And I think most of us would go, oh, wait, a human trafficker and a racist or a rapist died? No, we're not going to do anything to punish the person who took him out. That person did society a favor.
Right. So like I was asking, so are they looking to like determine this as justifiable homicide?
They are pushing for it. I don't know how far that case has gone yet, but I know that people have been petitioning the courts to get them to consider it justifiable homicide.
Which is, you know, kind of a, you know, really a loose term almost, because depending, I mean, it's.
Oh, she's been released.
Oh, she has?
Yeah, she was released last year.
Boy, you're behind the times, aren't you?
Yeah. Yep, and she was released from a Nashville prison.
Wow. I do have a question, though. Where has 4 hours gone?
Don't know, man.
Widows, I thought you said that we were only going to be here for an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and a half.
Well, my plans fell through for today, so I'm like, you know what? Okay. Screw it. Go just keep it rolling.
That's fine. I have Sundays off, so I have literally all the time in the world to be here. But I do need to go to that bathroom again.
No problem.
So I'll be right back in a second, gentlemen.
All right. So, Widow, one thing I will say, let me do this little plug here. for this. I am a huge believer in DDP yoga because, as I mentioned earlier, the pain in my back has reduced. The pain in my hip is non-existent.
I need to actually look into getting that set, actually.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. I've got the DVDs, and when you buy the DVDs, you get the app free for 3 months, and or you can go straight through the app, and they have every video up there. And every morning I do the wake up yoga, and this is the first workout I've done where I am like not having to discipline myself to do it. I look forward to doing it.
Right.
And it's combined with my karate very well. So I've noticed my side kicks are getting more accurate. They're getting higher, more powerful. It's increasing my balance. I mean, there's just so many benefits. And I've restricted my diet severely to where I'm keeping it below 1,600 calories a day. And in the last 2 weeks, I've lost 6 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah. And so I would highly recommend it to anyone. It's great for weight loss. They actually have people on there who've lost 300 pounds who are on it. You can go check out the success stories. And DDP doesn't go to the gym anymore. All he does are the DDP yoga workouts. So, and he was able to go back into the ring, and he came out of retirement for a little bit, and now he's back in retirement and doing this. But yeah, I will forever sing the praises of this.
Oh, I don't blame you.
Yeah, and yeah, my goal. I've also been reading David Goggins' "Can't Hurt Me" or listening to the audiobook. And if anybody doesn't know who he is, he is like one of the most determined guys you could ever meet. He wanted to join the Navy SEALs and lost about 110 pounds in 3 months to qualify to meet weight so he could go into the Navy and then qualify for SEAL training.
Oh, wow.
He did. He met it, and he had previously served in the Air Force as a pararescue and as a pararescue jumper. And so, and those guys are not wimps either. So he was able to qualify and make it. He had to go to BUDS training 3 times. And the other 2 times he was kicked out of it was not because he was weak sauce or anything. He injured himself, and they were like, "You need to go get healed." And he agreed to come back. And the 3rd time is his last shot. He makes it. And then while he was in the SEALs, he started training for ultra marathons. And ultra marathons are where you will run 100 miles in 24 hours. And he does that. He does that all the time now. And just his book is very inspirational. He came from a horrible family background, an abusive father, and was still able to rise above it. His book is called "Can't Hurt Me." And so I'm going, okay, I don't have to lose 110 pounds in 3 months. But if I could lose, 60 pounds in, 3 to 4 months, I would consider that a severe accomplishment.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So
I know I'm fat and I need to lose some weight. So, I grew up in the South. I grew up where people like to cook. You know what I'm saying? Now that's something I want to ask STOODOGG. Now, I know STOODOGG worked on the line.
So I'm having a little think about that. That's something that I'm enjoying about the new job is the walk there and back. It's getting rid of some of the gut, but also let's just take a second to remember that hydration is important. So I brought back some water. Alcohol is important, so I brought back another bottle of beer. Unfortunately, though, I seem to be running out of beer. However, there's plenty of cider.
I was waiting for you to pull up like a bottle of whiskey or something.
I do have an unopened liter of vodka in my kitchen, which is actually forming part of my 1,000 subscriber celebration. I'm not going to go into too many details about that one, but
how close are you?
I think we're 24 away.
Ooh.
I was talking about the channel to a friend at work today, and she subscribed when I told her. It's like, oh, thank you so much. I hope you don't think I'm more of an idiot than I appear to be.
She's got a thing for YouTubers, man. That's what it is.
But yeah, a little while back, I'll need to link the guy's channel if he still has it and some of his videos. But I had a run-in with a YouTuber by the name of Ironictronic YT. He went after a friend of mine. He wasn't too nice about him, so I called him up. I made a video along the lines of Ironictronic YT, a toxic and obnoxious YouTuber, or something like that was the title of the video. And this guy found it and made a horrible response. Imagine Jared Wars, but with a bit more personality and a bit more horrible. And this is this guy. And I literally I ripped him a new one twice, I think. But he actually took my criticism on board, and it turned into like a redemption arc for him. And then he actually started coming to my channel and leaving comments looking for advice on how to be better. And after that, I made a video sort of giving him some advice on how to get better, and he did. But one of the things about this guy was that he always made jokes about pancakes and Tabasco sauce. So for the 1,000 sub special, I have pancakes and Tabasco sauce and a bottle of vodka. So
that's going to be interesting.
I'll leave the rest for you to think about and imagine. But also, at the same time, I met a wonderful artist who made my little STOODOGG logo, and we're working on. She's made about 15 different STOODOGGs in different sort of poses of emotions. So there's like STOODOGG shocked, like STOODOGG barking, and I've also commissioned a few special ones. They're all wearing like a Star Trek style uniform, but there's a few special ones that I've got her to make as well, which are wearing different sort of uniforms. But that's going to be part of an idea that I'm moving forward as well.
Well, when you start selling merch, remember your boy here and get an extra fat, and I'll order it.
Merch extra fat size.
Exactly. But no, talking about losing weight and everything. Now, Stu, have you ever had good or at all soul food?
Like good sort of jambalaya type stuff.
No, I'm talking about turnip greens and help me out here, Justin. Help me with some examples of what I'm talking about.
cornbread, collard greens,
Yeah, cornbread.
fried chicken, country fried steak.
I don't think so. I don't think I know anything along those sort of lines.
Justin, we're gonna have to when he can. We may have to get STOODOGG to fly over here to the south, and we're gonna have
It
to.
sounds like
him.
I need to come to your neck of the woods.
Yeah, we're gonna have to bring him down here and feed him for a few days.
Yeah, here I'll. Well, basically, if you want to know what the Southern diet consists of, look at the two leading diseases in this part of the country. You've got heart disease and diabetes.
Because basically we fry a lot of food down here. There's a and that going back to that little spam joke that I made with you a couple of weeks ago. something my mama used to make. My mom's mom is.
I want to get I do want to get a little a sanitized can of spam to put on that shelf there. It's always been in the back of my mind there, but just at the moment I've not had the chance to go and grab one.
But what it is you take red potatoes, cut them up, put those in a cast iron skillet with some oil or some butter. You cook those up with onions, spam, and mushrooms. And it is one of the most, it's a meal in itself. But like, I see, that's the kind of stuff I grew up eating. You know, homemade biscuits and cornbread and fried chicken cooked in a cast iron skillet. And, you know, just, oh my God. I'm telling you, STOODOGG, if you ever make it over to this part of the world, you will not want to leave because the food you would probably gain 20 pounds before you went home. Because no, you laugh, but me and Justin, we're telling you the truth. You would gain some serious weight just coming for a visit, because there's nothing like, you know, eating some fresh fried farm raised southern catfish, and Gamey Ferd said it, sweet tea. Oh God. If you've never experienced sweet tea, you hadn't lived. Do I, Justin?
I was going to say, sweet tea is more than just putting sugar in tea. There's like a whole process to it.
You brew the tea, or well, how my mama used to do it. She had a gallon, you know those gallon size, or I don't know if it's a gallon or 2 gallons, pickle jars. And what she would do is she would pour the sugar into the pickle jar, brew the tea on the stove, take the tea bags out of the tea when it was done, pour the hot tea over on the sugar, fill the rest of it up with warm water, and slowly stir that sugar in until it melts, and then put the lid on it and stick it and let it get room temperature, obviously, and then stick it in the refrigerator and let it get cold. And she would always do that the day before me and my mom would come to visit, because let me tell you something.
So it's like an iced tea.
The longer it sits, the sweeter it gets. But yeah, I mean, you come down, man. If you came here, you know, fried farm raised catfish and fried chicken and cornbread and collard greens and just, you know, mashed potatoes. Oh my God, I'm making myself hungry. Yeah, there's nothing quite like coming. I mean, if you come to the South, I mean, the first thing you got a lot of people want to do is eat. Yeah, and that's the truth. Because I mean, Justin, what would you say the percentage of food that's fried versus food that's not fried is?
I don't know. About well, when we were kids, the percentage was definitely higher fried.
Oh yeah.
But everybody's kind of on a health kick. I mean, I am. I'm craving Zaxby's, but I'm going. You know what? I need to hold off on it for right now. That'll be my reward in 2 months.
I tell you what I've been wanting, and that's some fried green tomatoes.
I never liked them, to be honest.
I can see the wheels turning in STOODOGG's head right now. It's just like maybe I need.
Just also thinking it's very compatible with Scottish cuisine. A lot of stuff here is battered and fried.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting you say that because a lot of the ancestry in this area is Irish and Scottish. Because
Okay.
like my understanding was a lot of the immigrants from Ireland and Scotland moved into the Appalachia area because it reminded them so much of the Highlands, and they then migrated to the other parts of the South, which is why. So they obviously took the cuisine with them.
That's and he's actually right. My dad's side of the family descends from Belfast, Ireland.
Okay.
And so they
I was thinking that from your accent, it's like the sort of Irish, like the sort of House of Pain sort of Irish accent, going back into the gangster rap sort of thing.
well, that honestly, you're the first one that's ever really said that. And plus, I mean, yeah, you can hear the draw in my voice, but I'm a fan of the English language, and I enjoy speaking proper English fluently as much as possible. So when you come to a part of the country like this, you run into people. You run into rednecks, basically. And these are the good old boy tobacco chewing, snuff dipping. I've got a truck that's jacked up and that basically takes a step ladder to get into, clearly compensating for a small penis, backwoods kind of people. And that's one misconception that a lot of people have about the South. They think we're all like that, which clearly we're not.
It's a stereotype.
It's profiling is what it is.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not talking Ric Flair styling and profiling. I'm talking about the bad kind of profiling. But I mean, you come down here and it's its own little world. The culture and the food and I mean, this is the part of the world where the blues come from. Me and Justin were born and raised in Mississippi, and the part of Mississippi where we're from, you jump on the highway, and what would you say in about 2 hours, Justin, you'd be in the Delta?
Yeah.
Well, no, well, from where we're from, going down the highway and then cutting back down another way probably take you about an hour. Total trip probably take you about 2 hours. But once you hit the Delta, that's where the blues come from. That's where guys like Muddy Waters and B.B. King and Howlin' Wolf and Oh God.
The decent music.
Yeah, I mean, and you find a lot of good, Southern gospel around here. Like, driving by a lot of these like old country churches and stuff, and you can hear the choir singing from outside. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you want to experience. You know, um, like I say, it's its own little world down here. But there are, it's like I've always said, there are rednecks and then there are Southerners. Like Justin and I would be Southerners, but you still run into those good old boy types who, uh, it's it's really hard to describe in words. It's just something you have to see, to be honest with you. Um, but it's just its own little world, man. It really, really is. Honestly, I mean, if there's always been this theory that people say that California is gonna, if the right size earthquake ever hit California, that California would float off
Secede
into
from
the
the
ocean.
Union.
Yeah. It's so yeah, if you ever get the travel bug and you want to come and you want to go somewhere across the pond, let us know. We'll bring you down here and we'll show you a good time.
Definitely. I would love to travel in America, go to different parts and just see what happens.
Well, you come down, if you came down here, trust me, you might not. The food alone would probably make you not want to leave. I'm telling you. You may want to buy like an extra or like a bigger size clothes before you come, because you're gonna pack some weight on. I'm telling you.
And then we can buy a restaurant.
Either that or you could take it all back to Scotland and open up a soul food restaurant. You'd make a killing. Like, where have you been for the last 2 months? I've been in the South in America. I'm here to bring food to you.
Plotting and planning.
Exactly. Had a friend of mine let me borrow one of his cats so I could have a James Bond villain moment and just plot. Have a Dr. Evil moment,
Sharks with freaking lasers on their heads.
I figure every creature deserves a warm meal. But yeah, it's you could definitely go back home, and I guarantee you probably the first thing you'd want to do is try to open a restaurant, because the food, man, oh my God. You'd probably blow some people's minds in your part of the world.
And also the thing is that where I live is not too far from a lot of the major golf courses in Scotland. So it would also draw in a lot of American people who are touring over here to play golf.
Right? Just be like, there's a soul food restaurant over here. Let's go.
Oh, it's literally like golf country here. There's the Glen Eagles area, there's Carnoustie, there's St Andrews, and as well as that, Aberdeen, and that's where Trump's golf course is located.
Well, I mean, of course, Scotland is where golf comes from. So now, me personally, I've never understood the sport, or some people call it a sport. I just call it, an excuse to drink beer and get angry at a little ball.
Winston Churchill say something similar. It's like it's a way to ruin a good walk. But yeah, when it comes to golf courses, they're surrounded by good pubs.
You don't? Do you live close to one?
um, oh yeah, there's lots of them. Like I say, in Perthshire, there's Glen Eagles. About 6 miles away from here is Carnoustie, and then there's St Andrews as well. That's not that far away from here, so I'm literally within bus distance of some of the major golf courses. Of well, St Andrews is like the most major golf course in the world, you know.
There, there's one where Justin and I are from, and Justin, I think you know the one that I'm talking about. It's over there close to the mall. You know the one I'm talking about, where the subdivision and everything is.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, there is a tee off right next to the road, and that is the worst place in the world for that to be, because every single time I've been driving, or I've been with a friend of mine and we're driving by that and somebody's about to tee off, you have to honk your horn.
Yes.
And I've done it on more than one occasion. I'll never forget it. It was when I was a server. I was on my way in one afternoon because I was working the dinner shift, and these guys were out playing golf, and this guy was just about to tee off, and as soon as he was about to swing, I'd laid on the horn as I was driving by, and he missed.
Honk, honk. Oh, shit.
So one of my friends was working at the country club, and he was working on as a groundskeeper, and he's on the golf course, and he went to go crank up a weed eater and use it. Well, he didn't realize there's a guy about to tee off right behind him, and he stops the weed eater to turn around to have this guy yelling at him. And you know how the people in our hometown are about that stuff, and he was just like, okay, and what he figured out later on is he apparently turned it on the dude's backswing.
I've always wanted to pull one of those old CKY jackass pranks where they go hide in the bushes with air horns and just wait for people to tee off. That's what I've always wanted to do. That.
Oh, dude, that was so funny when they did that on Jackass, because it was like, they're like, why do you keep doing this? I've got bursitis. Is that supposed to cure your bursitis? It helps.
Yeah. The doctor told me to squeeze this air horn every time I have a flare up.
And then he turns around, aims a golf ball at him, and tries to hit him and still misses.
Exactly. Oh man. But yeah, I mean, I'm like you. I've wanted to travel. I've never flown or even been out of the country. And I've always said if I'm going to do any traveling, the first thing I'm going to do is forget going somewhere in America. I'm going to travel out of the country. I want to go to Norway. That's where I really want to go.
That would be an amazing place to go. A lot of history there.
Yeah. Definitely. I'm more wanting to go and see like the where all the you know, the whole black metal, the church burnings and all of this that happened over there in the 90s. That's kind of what I'd want to go see. But like, yeah, let's go and see like, you know, all the Viking shit. But hey, I want to go and see all this other stuff first. So, one thing I've really wanted to go and see, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's the three stone swords that are. It's in one of the lakes or something over there. I can't remember the name of it, but it's just these three.
I don't think I know that one.
It's these three solid stone swords that just stick out of the water. And of course, if I ever made it over to your part of the world, I'd definitely have to go to Stonehenge.
Oh yeah, I've never actually been there myself. That's quite far south of here, but I'd love to go there and have a look around myself.
You know, you can't even walk around it now. Like they have it fenced off.
I'd understand that.
Like I've had a friend of mine a long time ago. He told me he had gone over to Scotland, and he said, "Oh, man, it's like, man, I went out to Stonehenge and dropped some acid." I'm like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, man, he's like, I ended up falling asleep out there, and I woke up, and he said by the time I woke up, he said the sun had come up." And I'm like, "Well, did you see anything?" He's like, "No, not really." Well, he's like, "I did, but not, I didn't see any aliens, if that's what you're getting."
Oh, and when you're talking about Stonehenge, I can't help but think of that scene from Spinal Tap.
Oh yeah.
Justin, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Instead of 6 feet,
It's supposed to be 12 feet. It's like 12 inches. And they bring out dwarves to dance around it.
They're dancing around the 12 inches of Stonehenge.
So speaking of that, Spinal Tap moments, quick interjection here. I've got some friends in the music business, and they will all tell you everybody has Spinal Tap moments, and the most common one is getting lost backstage. I know one guy, he managed a coffee shop that had his apartment there, and he went to go do one of these. His band was playing, and he went to go do one of these jumps that you see. And when he landed, he didn't land very well balanced and wound up launching himself into his apartment, like through his apartment door in front of everybody.
And how far away from Loch Ness are you?
Theoretically, not that far, but when you're talking about motorways and driving there, it's the roads are difficult. So I need to go about 25 to 30 miles to get to a place called Perth, which is quite far inland. And then from Perth, you're about 105 miles up the motorway to get to Inverness, which is just literally a stone's throw away from Loch Ness.
I would love to go and see, and apparently it burned, which I was very sad to hear, and I wish I could know what happened to it. But I wanted to go and visit the home of Aleister Crowley.
Aleister Crowley.
I'm
not sure if I know who that is. I might have to Google that one.
He is one of the one of the most well-known occultists of the 20th century.
He's basically the occultist of the 20th century.
Well, no, because you had you had Rigardi and Eshelman and Blavatsky, and but he was the epitome of that. And he had a home right there, I believe, just at right there where you could see Loch Ness, like the lake and everything.
Interesting. I just Googled him, and it says that he's from a place where a very good friend of mine and Hatman is from. Like our friend stays like literally on the very south coast of England, and I'd be very interested to know how he ended up getting a place in Inverness. If he was from so far down south.
Well, I mean, Crowley died in 1944, I believe. I believe it's somewhere between 1942 and 1944, toward the tail end of World War II.
Yeah.
And actually, an interesting thing about that residence at Loch Ness, Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin actually owned that house at one point.
I'm going to grab the article and just put it aside so I can have a read of it later. I'll pop it in the chat with you, Widows, so I can come back and read it later. I just I keep notes in places.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll just pop it down. So.
Before we continue, did you get the documentaries that I sent you? I sent them to you through Discord.
Yeah, was that the videos you'd sent a few days ago?
Yes, that was about the young lady that I had mentioned to you.
Yeah, I've not had the chance to watch them yet. I've just literally not had the chance to sit down and spend time with them, with myself. But yeah, I did see that you'd sent them to me. So I'm off tomorrow, so I'll sit down and shotgun my way through them.
But no, I've always wanted to go out there and see it. And apparently a couple of years ago it caught fire somehow. And I never really heard what happened. But when I saw that, I was heartbroken. I'm like, no, I wanted to go and see it when it was intact. I may not get to go inside, but I just wanted to like go and
see it.
Exactly. Like, you know, and maybe like take a rock out of the driveway and be like, you know,
take your own little piece of history home with you.
Exactly. There's another. I don't know if it's in Scotland or if it's back over in England. It's the Abbey of Thelema. I think that's in England somewhere.
There are a few abbeys here, but there's the Abbey in Arbroath, St Andrews, and there's a place called Balmerino. Balmerino is the abbey it's literally gone. There's very little left of it, but it is still a very holy place that like it's visited quite a lot by I don't really religion that much, but it's just a really nice place, and I've been there a lot of times. And I remember me and my dad went to Balmerino quite a while back and went for a walkabout on the site, but there were nuns there, and they were talking to the sort of the groundskeeper people, the guys who were working at the site, and they were having issues with moles that were digging about and eating into the foundations of the abbey. And to see nuns there in their full regalia talking to groundskeepers, and very straight-laced and stern-faced, but one of the older nuns said to one of the groundskeepers in this sort of matter-of-fact tone, it's like, I think it's quite flattering that the moles are here. I think it shows that they are holy molies.
Oh, God.
Oh,
And then all of the nuns after that just bust out laughing. It's like, that is that is the best joke. That is the total dad joke if I've ever heard one.
Oh, and I was just looking at that. The Abbey of Thelema is actually in. It's actually in Italy. It's not in Scotland. But his home, like his home, was at Loch Ness.
We need to take you back to geography class.
Yeah, definitely. But oh my lord. So have you actually been out to Loch Ness at all?
In all honesty, I haven't. I've been through Inverness a few times, but only traveling through. I've not had the chance to actually visit the area and look for the monster myself.
I was about to say you haven't. Have you seen Nessie? Have you seen Nessie out there?
Not yet.
Have to send you out there with some scuba gear and let you go see if you can find it.
Some tracking equipment.
Right.
A couple of photon torpedoes, see what I can find. Come back with some bones and some meat.
No, just no.
What? No. Nessie and fried Nessie and chips.
No, that doesn't sound all that appealing, to be honest with you. Well, gentlemen, we have been going for almost 5 hours, and
that's what she said.
Wait.
Sorry, bad joke.
No, I had a feeling as soon as I said that you were going to chime in with some smart ass remark. But well, anyway, guys, we're going to go ahead and we're going to wrap this up, and we'll talk a little bit more after we wrap up here for the evening. But guys, thank you so much for coming on and talking about everything this evening. The whole panel was great. Hatman, thank you for coming on. Miss Whiplash, thank you for coming on. Justin, always a pleasure to talk to you. STOODOGG, thank you so much for coming on. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And once again,
like
guys,
to give a quick mention to chat as well. So we had Wanderer and the Jackal who joined from they're both quite good friends of mine, people that I've known for a long time. You had a few people that you knew as well, widows.
well, Teddy Bear was supposed to come on, but she decided not to. But we love you anyway, Teddy Bear. But anyway, guys, once again, hit the subscribe button, the notification bell, give the stream a like. I'd really appreciate it. Also, all the links in the description. Go and look at all the safety tips from the CDC and the Red Cross about safety for all this while this is going on, because we are still not through all of this, and it's going to take some time, and I hope everybody is very safe. Also, take a look at all the donation links in there and see how you can help a lot of struggling people during this pandemic that's all going on. But I do thank everybody for coming by today, and hope you all enjoyed the stream. And until next time, peace be with you.
Later. Hey, I need to send you some pictures of me. My mask came in, so I'm going to send pictures